preserving native seed varieties. Work towards preserving the natural biodiversity by focusing on the conservation of native and heirloom seed varieties. This includes collecting, cataloging, and safeguarding traditional seeds that contribute to the diversity of crops in agriculture all over the world. There is a need to protect native seed varieties. And that's number one objective of our center, the Research Institute. 2, to research on sustainable agricultural practice and practices. We will conduct research, and we have started, on sustainable agricultural practices that promote biodiversity without resorting to genetic modifications. This involves exploring and promoting farming methods that maintain the health of the soil, protect pollinators, preserve diverse ecosystems within the agricultural landscapes. If you are very conversant with our nation, Nigeria, there was a time NALDA was established to help farmers and to manage the farmlands that are available, arable farmlands in this country, for maximum yield. To publish and maintain academic research journals on food safety, policy, and security for the promotion of bioresource utilization and ecological conservation of species and the environment. Our third goal, promoting agroecological farming systems. Advocate for and develop agroecological farming systems that integrate biodiversity conservation into agricultural landscapes. This objective seeks to establish farming practices that mimic natural ecosystems, fostering a balanced crops, beneficial insects, and other organisms. Number 4, supporting local and indigenous farming communities. We want to collaborate with local and indigenous farming communities to promote and protect traditional farming methods that contribute to biodiversity. This involves providing support, necessary training, and resources to ensure the continuation of sustainable agricultural practices. There are sustainable agricultural practices that are time-tested. They have helped farmers in our nation, in Africa, to experience increased yields without going into biotechnology. So the intrusion of biotechnology into agriculture is what each and every one of us must look into and resist. Because if the aim is to increase yield, is to make sure that the average farmer is able to have value for acreage of farmland that is farming, we have methods, agricultural practice that will ensure that. Bringing modified or biotechnology system into it is not the solution. Number 5, educating and sensitizing farmers and stakeholders. We want to conduct outreach, and we are doing it. This is one of the outreaches. And educational programs to raise awareness about the importance of preserving natural biodiversity in agriculture. Awareness. Even our lawmakers, they are ignorant of the intrusion of biotechnology into agriculture. And today there are laws that has been promulgated at the federal level in Nigeria, at the state level, even in Kenya. There are all manner of arguments, because between the practitioners and the lawmakers, there is a gap. And we want to fill that gap. We want to raise awareness about the importance of preserving natural biodiversity in agriculture. This includes training farmers, stakeholders, and the general public on the value of diverse ecosystems, the risk associated with monoculture, invasive alien species, and also the benefit of non-GMO in agriculture and food systems, biodiversity-friendly farming practices. In pursuit of the part of this set objective, CEFSA convenes this symposium. We are going to have a symposium today. And the reason for that symposium is to start sensitizing the whole world. We are starting from here. And we are taking it to different parts of the world. Bringing to the table the challenges, the disadvantage that biotechnology is bringing to agriculture, and why it should not be welcomed. Where it has been welcomed, where it should be resisted, so that we can go back to the way we should practice farming and bring to the table foods that are properly suited for consumption, where you are not buying anything from the market and you are not sure if this is suitable for you to put into your stomach. In pursuit of the part of this objective, CEFSA convened this symposium, aptly titled GMO Foods, Unveiling the Landscape Beyond the Laboratory. We commence a journey of exploration and understanding that transcend the confines of traditional discourse. We have embarked on a journey to seek for knowledge and to collaborate with experts. And some of those experts are here today, dedicated to bringing the gaps in understanding human, animal, and environmental health, safety, and sustainability within the realms of agricultural practices, food and food products, including the emergent issue of genetically modified organisms. I want to let you know that we are not just only going to engage in gown discussion, we are also going to engage in town discussion. Gown means academic discussions. We are also going to bring those who are on the field, those who have the town experience, the farmers, those who have seen the disadvantage in GMO consumption. Using those seeds, we are going to bring them on the table. So don't think this is just an academic exercise where somebody is coming with those who just come in the 4 walls of the university. No, we want to bring, and we have brought those who have the town experience. Our mission is not merely academic, but deeply rooted in fostering inclusive dialogue and understanding among diverse stakeholders. From the scientists to the government officials, to the policymakers, to the farmers, to those who are the consumers. Because if you know what you want to consume is not edible, you won't buy it. If there is no market for products that are not edible, those who are producing it or farming it will stop. So the food security challenge in the world, or in our country, or in our continent, cannot be solved by the method they want us to apply. And that's one of the reasons why we're having this seminar. From scientists to policymakers, farmers to consumers and activists alike, CEFSA seek to engage all voices in a shared quest for knowledge and insight. And if you are listening to us for the first time, you are hearing us for the first time, we would like you to listen and participate actively this seminar and become an advocate yourself. Whatever you hear today, spread it. Let it spread. Because it has to do with you and I and everybody in the world. In this pursuit, we will try to delve into the multifaceted debates surrounding food safety and agricultural research, recognizing the complexities and the nuances inherent in these discussions through rigorous inquiry, open-mindedness, and a commitment to evidence-based practical practices.
So I guess my first question is,
not theory. CEFSA endeavors to navigate the ever-evolving landscape of GMOs in agriculture, food security, health, and the environment. You know, the journey we have started, we are going to clash with many interests. In our country here, there is a biotechnology society. They are interested in pushing their agenda. But we are also here interested in pushing the agenda that we don't need biotechnology in agriculture. So there is going to be a clash of interests. The line is drawn. You can't stay in the middle. Is that you are for those who want to push biotechnology, or you are for those who want to get the food that is on your dinner table is produced by natural means, not by chemical means, not by tampering with the seed in a way and manner that you cannot understand. As we embark on this collective journey, it's a collective journey. CEFSA cannot do it alone. So we are calling on you to amplify what you are going to hear today, what these experts are going to tell you. Hear them, listen to them, and amplify it. As we embark on this collective journey, let us embrace the opportunity to expand our perspectives. Let us challenge the assumptions and foster meaningful connections. Together, let us pave the way for a future where food is safe and agricultural research truly serve the pillars of sustainability, nourishment, and prosperity for the generations we are now and the generations unborn. I want to say a big thank you to all of you. God bless you. Thank you.
Please, a more beautiful round of applause for esteemed Barrister Bismarck for his wonderful keynote address. Please, a wonderful round of applause for him. In summary, Barrister Bismarck said we must create a future, a society where the food we all consume, the whole food we all consume is safe for humans. Because a lot of times a lot of the sicknesses, the cancers, most of the things people consume, they have been modified. And CEFSA is helping us, is helping this country, is helping the world at large to ensure that some of these things are really checkmated. Because if they don't, we already know the health implications to these things. And so that's the essence of CEFSA. Please, another beautiful round of applause for esteemed Barrister Bismarck. Please, straight away, we're going to be having Mr. Segun Adebayo, an IT expert, is a major convener of this engagement, and he's going to be taking us on, he's going to be speaking on the GMO foods and engaging everyone, engaging all and sundry. He's going to give us some of the nitty-gritties of this engagement today and charting the way forward, especially with the GMOs. Please, let's welcome Mr. Segun Adebayo. Thank you.
Good morning, good afternoon. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depends on where you're participating from. I'm very happy to be here because what we're talking about addresses the very next meal on your table, and that's what we're here to talk about. We're not talking about something that is far away. It's not a germane talk. It's about the next food, the meal you're eating. It's right there on your table. And the decisions we take, we must take them from a very informed perspective. And that's why we're here. I'm going to be showing us a couple of things very shortly. But one of the major reasons I'm here is because I love my country. I was born in Nigeria. I'm born in Nigeria. I've lived in Nigeria all my life. I've eaten in Nigeria. I eat in Nigeria from the things we farm in our country. And very recently, I read in the news that we have, in my very beloved Nigeria, begun the commercialization of genetically modified foods. And immediately I got, because I'm an IT expert, I literally live on the internet. So immediately I began studying and researching, what does this mean? What does it mean when you mean genetically? I don't have a PhD, even though I studied forestry and wildlife in school. I don't have a PhD in biotechnology. We have them here, they're going to speak. But I got interested in the subject. And there are dangers of a single story. A single story is very dangerous. So we're here today to balance the information with everyone on what genetically modified foods are. We met the earth here. Every one of us living today, we met this earth, we met it here. They have been farming before we came for thousands of years. Farmers have farmed. They've ate their produces on earth. And they didn't need to change the genetical constituents of their food at any point in generation except this generation. The question is why? We've always had food growing in our countries. Growing up, we'll take bean seeds, we'll drop them behind our houses, we see them sprouting. We take maize, the dried maize, we plant them everywhere. Our soil has been arable. Subsistence farming has always existed with us in Africa, in Nigeria particularly. So at what point did the need arise for us to begin to have genetically modified foods? Many generations have come before us. And yes, we've improved farming, we've come up with machines and all to make it richer, easier, and faster. But the emergence of genetically modified food begs the question, why? And why at this time? And more importantly, who are the proponents of this ideology? Because, if you tell me that you for me today that you are a native doctor. I mean those who use the diabolic ones. And I visit you. I'll be very careful to drink water in your house. True? I'll be very careful too. So if today somebody who is very interested in depopulating the world, in similar forums like this, has said it, that he doesn't mind reducing the world's population to whatever it is, now offers me food to eat, I'll be very careful. Yes or no? As long as the earth has existed, there's been seed time and harvest. Now, if some individuals are coming to meet us to tell us today that the harvests are not enough, we need to do more, we need to have new types of crops, I will study a little more into these people. All right, thank you. So I'll just continue from here. So if at a point they come to say to us that they want to start adjusting our food for us to eat, then I'd like to be a stakeholder in the process. Genetically modified foods means you are injecting new codes. You are altering the very essence of life. I'm a programmer. There are files that, we write instructions on web pages. Then if you change any single code on the web page, it gives you a different output. Now, if you go into the very essence, now, first of all, they didn't write those codes there. They all met it. There is nobody will say he wrote the first code on anybody's gene. Science evolved till finding out that the very essence of life is in the chromosomes, in the gene, in the genome. Now, you met it there. You decide to change it. On whose authority? And how smart are you? Are you going to be changing it to improve it? And how are we sure what you're doing is actually an improvement? If you're writing instructions if you're writing new instructions in the genome of humans and animals, and they're going to behave or give you a different outcome, who decides the outcome? Who decides the instructions that are being embedded inside the plant? Then you have these new crops that when you plant them, you have instructed those crops that they would not grow when they produce new fruits. And then I have to come back to you for the seeds. That's not viable. Does mankind know enough to adjust the genetic instructions that you meet in the genome of plants? And do you trust who is writing these new instructions? And how do you verify what instructions have been written? There are a lot of questions about GMO on the internet, and I wouldn't be the one to read it to you. I would like to show you some of them. As far back as year 2000, there was a study that was released, actually being suppressed on the internet today. I'd like to have it. Can we have it on the screen? If it's not coming up, I could just read it. If it's not coming up, I'll just read it. I'll read it here. The title of the article is Genetically Modified Corn Set to Stop Man from Spreading His Seed. This article was written more than 22 years ago. And it says that scientists have created genetically modified crops, and they called it contraceptive corn. Waving fields of maize may one day save the world from overpopulation. The pregnancy prevention plants are the handiwork of the San Diego biotechnology company called Epicite, where researchers have discovered a rare class of human antibodies that attack sperm. By isolating the genes that regulate the manufacture of these antibodies and putting them into corn plants, the company have created tiny horticultural factories that make contraceptives. You have a hotbed filled with corn plants that make anti-sperm antibodies, said the president of Episites, that's the company. This happened 22 years ago. So how are we very sure that this is not what is being brought into our country? The very next maize I want to eat, I'm buying a corn from the woman on the road. How am I very sure that that is not what is there? It's from number 2. It says, save Mexico's traditional corn. And it has certain states in Mexico have banned the planting and cultivation of genetically modified corn from the United States in recent years in order to preserve the heirloom varieties of corn that have existed in Mexico for 1,000 years. In 2022, Mexico proposed a ban on the importation of genetically modified corn as a country, and now the US and Canada are teaming up to protest to try and force Mexico to keep importing the genetically modified corn. Can we have some of the slides show? The reason we're having to bring these things up is because every man has the right to choose. He has the right to choose what he wants to eat. If he wants to eat the one that will make him sterile, he should have the right to choose it. I want to read from a book titled GMOs, Consumerism and the Global Politics of Biotechnology. I'm going to read from the book. Okay, let's have this video. Thank you.
Implications for human health due to my research. We have
So I guess my first question is, as a scientist and as the lead author of this 2-year study, do you think there are implications for human health from GMOs?
Of course, I think there are severe implications for human health due to my research. We have demonstrated clearly that in males, especially livers and kidneys were rich at a very high level. Kidneys were also rich in females, but females were prone to big mammary tumors.
The first signs of health effects occurred in the 4th and 5th months, results that 3-month studies would have never seen. At 14 months, 10 to 30% of treated females developed tumors. There were no tumors in the control group. At 24 months, 50 to 80% of females had up to 3 tumors per animal. The groups treated with Roundup showed the greatest rates of tumors at 80%. Pituitary glands in females were the second most affected. The androgen and estrogen balance in serum was modified by both the GMO corn and Roundup treatments. In males, the liver, hepatodigestive tract, and kidneys suffered most, and estrogen levels more than doubled in males with the highest Roundup treatment dose.
We've been eating GMO, so why aren't people walking around with big tumors or obvious health effects in our country? So what would translate 6 months in a rat's life to human years?
2 years of a rat is an entire life. So as tumor arise mostly by the end of the first year and at the end of the first part of the life, which is around 30 to 40. And we are surprised to see a lot of breast tumors in women within this part of the life. We don't know what they are due to. I'm not saying that everything is due to GMO, but I think that GMO could contribute to some extent to these tumors. We have the fact that Roundup can kill human cells at very low levels and even lower levels in the river or in the cells that are necessary to form the genital system, for instance.
All right, thank you very much. In rounding up, I'm going to read from a book here. It's called GMOs, Consumerism and the Global Politics of Biotechnology. I'm going to read from this book. I'm reading from page 4. If you can display it, I'll be very happy, but I'm going to read from page 4, the last paragraph on page 4. Now, okay, let me start. Like James Lovelock, deceivingly attributed to what they called care, is traceable to Thomas Malthus, his work in 1798, in which he argues that including struggle for resources, disease, and starvation. However, these checks are far from being natural, since there is evidence that toxic substances are made and intentionally put in dietary products for the impoverished in the world to eat and die away. Substances which causes insanity, widespread infertility, organ damage, and loss of ability to engage in rational, conscious used on food crops, which is called atrazine. And this is actually where I'm going to. Atrazine is widely documented as a powerful chemical castrator that transforms male into hermaphrodites, the animal kingdom version of a metrosexual. It is undoubtedly one of the chemicals currently responsible for the mass feminization of men in modern society. Atrazine reduced the size of the larynx. We also observe very low levels of testosterone among adult males, some of which are hermaphrodites, which means they had both ovaries and testes. In certain cases, the males became homosexuals and coupled with other males, adopting a feminist behavior. Some had eggs in their testes instead of sperm. Although the United Nations and other Western states would present homosexuality as natural and therefore as a human right that children are now being taught about in schools worldwide, the above evidence shows that homosexuality is in fact manufactured in the food science laboratories of transnational biotechnology and GMO producing corporations. In this vein, it is noted that a handful of global elites within the global secret society who intend to reduce the world's population from 7 billion to 500 million use chemicals to induce homosexuality. I will stop there. And I will show, you can, right where you are, you can go to Wikipedia, you can check Georgia Guidestones. If they can show it on the screen, they came out with 10 commandments of the New World. And the first of the 10 commandments was to reduce the world's population by 500, reduce the world's population from whatever it is to 7 billion. If these people who have this ideology to reduce the world's population begin manufacturing food for us and giving us the food to eat, you can answer the question yourself, the purpose of such meals. And in closing, final closing, because I know we have a lot of wonderful things to learn today. Now, the book I read from is, I'm going to share the book with the agency, with the Research Institute, so you can all, I want to read something to us again. Now, first of all, we should know that several countries have begun banning the importation of genetically modified foods. We should know that. And I would just, what I referenced earlier on, I would like to read it from Georgia Guidestones, if you can have it on the screen. Number 1, it says, maintain humanity under 500 million in perpetual balance with nature. Number 2, guide reproduction wisely. It was said there. Now, the reason we're having this is not to demonize genetically modified foods, but to create a balance of knowledge and a sense of, okay, everybody should have a choice. Is this what I want? You know, just like the Holy Bible says, I've said before you life and death. Some people may decide this is what they want, but everybody should have this knowledge so that you know what you're eating and know the implications of what you're eating. You heard the researcher said himself, in his research on genetically modified foods, it accelerated cancer. And of course, you can begin to find the chemical spoken earlier on, atrazine. Many of the pesticides used to enhance the growth of genetically modified crops. So on this note, I'd like to round up here and hand over the microphone to our other speakers to shed more light on the topic and the concerns that we have with genetically modified crops. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Please, a round of applause for Mr. Segun Adebayo. Thank you so much for your beautiful presentation. Yeah, we are going to have an interactive session, but not now. The interactive session will come immediately after this particular presentation I'm about to introduce. But while Mr. Segun Adebayo was speaking, the publisher of National Daily and National Standard walked in. Please, let's welcome Mr. Sylvester Ebudage. Okay, straight up, we're going to be having Mr. Oluwaseyi Ifelaja, who is going to be speaking on GMOs as colonization agents on agriculture-led growth and food security in Africa. He's going to be speaking from there, please. Immediately, we're going to head straight to interactive session because we also want to hear your views as well. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you to the organizers of this symposium. It's a felt need, and it is, well timed. Even though, personally, I think we are jumping on this boat a little behind schedule. These discussions and these incidents in Nigeria, the discussions around GMO should have kicked off 30 or 3 decades ago, because we've been having infiltrations of genetically modified organism into our food system for that long a time. So, as introduced, we're looking at GMOs as agents of colonization tied to agric-led growth and food security. Before I start off, colonialism, as we understand it, is dominating a people or an area, usually by a foreign entity or a foreign authority, and they practice extending and maintaining rule or control over the politics, the economics, and the wherewithal of another country. That is colonialism. For some of us here, yes, we experienced it. We went through it with Nigeria and the British. And I dare say that we have not seen the end of it, because we still see in the corridors some of the impacts and some of the influence still playing out. Now, GMO, you've heard a lot about the definitions, what it is, but just to set the tone again, imagine everyone seated here is an hybrid of some person. You are the hybrid of your mom and your dad. That is hybridization. That is a natural entity mating or meeting another natural entity to give rise to a new one that has both features, good and very good, showing up. There are things that were naturally existing that will be passed on. But with genetically modified organisms, you are now talking about, thank God it's a lady that is beside me. So you look at her, you look at me, and you say you want an offspring or an hybrid that can wrestle without their backs touching the ground, like a cat. I'm sure we all know that cats' backs doesn't touch the ground. There is that myth that if you throw a cat from a 3-story building, it will always land on 4. I've tried it severally and it proves true. So we want an hybrid offspring that is like a cat in the wrestling ring, whose back will not touch the ground. Then Prof, the researcher, now says, you know what? Let's look in that cat and see that thing that makes it agile. From its genome level, let us take the gene that is responsible for it and let us put it in her. Yes, in her, not me. We'll put it in the woman. Why? Because it is the woman that gives the child body. The man gives the child life. So they will put the genome from the cat in the woman and get us to produce an hybrid that will carry that trait of the cat. The minute they put that genome in the woman, she ceases to be a woman. She has been altered. She has been genetically modified. She's not a woman like the one that naturally existed. What you can now expect from that hybrid offspring, you cannot tell the end of it. Whether he will now be growing up wanting to bite people's head off, like eating rats. After you give the child or the thing rice and beans, he still wants to eat fresh lizard. You can't tell the end of it. That is the concern with GMO. And at the colonization level, I described it as control, pretty much. With our food, we woke up one day in 2021. We were sleeping. And in 2021, we saw a law that, you know, can I have the presentation that I sent? If they can bring it up, I'd love people to follow. So we woke up to learn about certain provisions in this country, our seed law. Nigeria, alongside a lot of African countries, had criminalized, you know, the saving, sharing, or marketing of seeds among neighbors, or, you know, you sell at the local market between or within farmers. Because we want to protect some rights. It is now a criminal offense, in case you did not know, to share seed the way you have known it. You harvest, to replant can be a criminal offense. It can be criminalized according to that law. And that law is in place as we speak. What was it supposed to do? Control. It is supposed to control the playing ground for the economics of genetically modified seeds. The architects of the seed economy, which includes major seed and biotech firms and governments. There are some governments that are sponsoring companies. There are state-sponsored companies, largely from the global north. When I say the global north, I'm talking about the West, the developed countries. They have companies that they are government sponsors, and they have intergovernmental organizations that also support those companies to spread their tentacles because of trade, because of their globalization agendas to penetrate the global south. That is where you have most of those countries that are referred to as developing. In 2021, the global trade regime, the WTO, World Trade Organization, finalized details for a revolution in African agriculture. They've been talking about it for over 30 years, and the trade bodies are now the ones sponsoring. In Africa right now, we have the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, an agreement where we have come together in Africa to say, you know what, we want to be trading amongst ourselves. The situation before that agreement is that I want to buy something that Benin Republic produces. I am not aware in Nigeria that Benin has it. I have to go to Italy to buy it. I get to Italy and I find out that, oh, Italy got it from Benin. Then I will bring it to Nigeria to come and use. We said we didn't want that we want to trade amongst ourselves first in Africa. It is laudable, right? It is the way to go for us to be able to trade amongst ourselves, to reduce wastage and to develop our markets. But that same idea is what some entities that are interested in globalization, they are capitalizing on it. They have shown up at the African Union to say that, you know what, we want to sponsor that your idea. But before we sponsor it, you have to adopt this particular protocol. And that protocol is to change how you do farming in Africa. Is to change your seed laws in Africa. They have come in through that agenda, and with that agenda, through that avenue. As at today, almost every African country, 55 of them, have jumped on that bandwagon. They have received that protocol and they have passed bills into law in their countries that protects patents on GMO seeds. Now, when we talk about patents on GMO seeds, the effects that you have seen in the previous speakers' videos and slides talked about how it can be cancerous, how it can lead to a lot of health diseases or challenges. The part that we have not looked at is the economics of it, the patenting, the intellectual property. And what that does is the one who owns the patent or the intellectual property on a seed, what he will say, like the example I gave, genetically modified, and we patent that wrestling champion and say that anything that comes from this champion belongs to us. If you want a wrestling champion like this, we can give you, but you must pay us. So the seeds that we're talking about, or the genetically modified organisms that we're talking about, have patents. There are companies in the global north, in the developed world, that have patented not their own seed. Most of our African seeds bear their patents. That is the ones they want to introduce back to Africa, genetically modified. And what is the modus operandi? You cannot use those seeds without paying. You cannot do anything else with them without approval from the ones that own the patents. So, for example, you know maize as you eat it. If it was rainy season, you can get out of there, buy maize, eat. You know where it came from. A farmer planted and possibly harvested and sold out in the market. Now, that farmer, going forward, will receive GMO seed, going by what the government of Nigeria has planned, rolling out GMO seeds. The farmer takes the seed, plants it, gets a harvest that he cannot replant without going back for seed to buy. So the day that the one that supplies seeds wants him to jump high and he doesn't jump, seed is withheld. Seed is withheld from the farmer. So control has come. Colonization is wearing a new mask now, a new face. GMO seed is that face. This is a possibility, and it is the reality. Now we're talking about maize, but in the offing already there is wheat, genetically modified wheat seed. There is genetically modified cowpea, that's beans as we know it. They will come with some label and say this one is rich in iron, iron fortified. It is genetically modified. It is patented. You cannot replant, you cannot reuse in a way that you have not been authorized to, or else farmers will go to jail. Farmers will pay fines. Farmers will be dispossessed of their lands. So the one that feeds us automatically becomes the one that controls us. It tells you how he wants you to live, how he wants you to move. In fact, your life is now 6 hours only in a day. We don't want you working. By 6, everybody go inside and sleep. You don't sleep, you're not eating. For the next 3 months, we hold supply. That is the new face of colonialism, as it were. In recent years, the alliance that have cunningly worked together to expand and harden intellectual property restriction around seeds act is what has been legalized by most nations in Africa and yours truly in Nigeria. It is a law now that was passed in 2020. They come with mantras like, oh, we want to carry out climate smart agriculture. That's why we're doing this. Every time you hear that, let your flag go up for inquiry. We have farmers that are, commenting. Farmers says, the ones that have experienced it, they tell you that the companies try to entice us. That is the seed companies. By saying that their seeds are better, then we'll become dependent on seeds that can't be replanted. Our own seeds are from our soil. It is nothing short of colonialism to say what seed people should plant. The seed is the beginning of the food system. The minute you lose control of the seed, you have ceded control to whoever provides you seed. So the thought of having genetically modified, patented seeds be the order of the day should be vehemently and critically refused, critically looked into before we, sign our sovereignty, our food sovereignty to. But in fact, by the time you sign out your food sovereignty, you have signed out your sovereignty as a country. The nation doesn't exist again. So the design of food colonization is pretty simple. Catch the inputs, get the seeds, get the farmers to work the way you want, entrench them in the global trend. Give them seed, give them herbicides, give them pesticides. And you control everything that happens in the nation through food. Remember that the strength of every nation's army, let's say the armed forces, is your might, is your strength. They are the ones that will withstand all enemies, both foreign and domestic. It is your army. But there is that saying that the strength of every army is in their tummy, is their stomach. It is food. It is food. The one that controls your food has your strength. And this is colonialism that we must refuse. We need to look at critically, and we need to take the right step in the right directions to nip it in the bud and go in the direction. In closing, yes, they are passing seeds around to farmers in Nigeria right now. Ask yourself the question, the kind of food shortages, the kind of scarcities that we're having, is it about yield? I'm sure everybody here knows that it's not about yield. It is because farmers cannot go to the farm. There is banditry, there is terrorism everywhere. I checked the map, our maize producing regions in Nigeria, from the south up to the north, from Oyo to the Middle Belt to Benue to Jos, all the way to Borno, Taraba, Adamawa. All of the places where we farm maize in Nigeria is currently under attack. So farmers cannot farm. They can't go to the farm. That is the problem. So if you release GMO seeds now, where would they plant it? In their parlor. Are they going to plant it in their parlor? Solve the insecurity problem. You will see yield. Secondly, I was sharing with Prof a document that was presented this February, about a week ago, by the African Development Bank to its stakeholders. By the way, African Development Bank, under the guide and leadership of Dr. Akiwumi Adesina, that we so revere, is very GMO inclined. They are very GMO inclined. And as we speak, over almost 200,000 hectares of wheat is under cultivation in Jigawa and some other neighboring states, Kano, Katsina, and the likes. I'm saying over 200 hectares. In some places, close to 500,000. 200,000 hectares.
A beautiful round of applause for Mr. Oluwaseyi Ifelaja. We will come back to you shortly again. Just shortly. Thank you so much. Just a very quick one. We need to listen to esteemed Professor Christobeg Amwa. He is the director of the center, and then he's just going to give us a little bit why we are here, and then give us he's going to be talking on the chemical contaminants in food products and the human, animal, and environmental impact. Just very briefly, and then we get to listen to Barrister Bismarck and then have the interactive session, and then we'll come back for a debate. Thank you so much. Yes.
now the lane of some little bits of chemistry. Please endure with me because you need it. A lot of what happens on your food is chemical. In a way, natural chemical. But what's happening is, as they introduced biotechnology, bioengineering to alter the traits, the DNA of those plants that were producing the food crops, they were advertising certain traits. One was increased yield. Number two was herbicide resistance. Number three was disease resistance. Number four was drought tolerance. What that meant was the very companies, the very promoters of these genetically modified foods or organisms were the same companies that were producing the chemicals that we use on our agricultural field, the agrochemicals. There is something in research we call conflict of interest. So in this case, because it appeared as though it was a global, or these powerful manufacturers were capturing the political landscape across the world, the context of conflict of interest was pushed on agriculture. These manufacturers of these poisons were the same manufacturers, or they're the same promoters of genetic engineering to alter the genes of these crops that we are eating. So what happened was, I'll take one of the traits. Herbicide resistance. Something happened. Before now, if a farmer in Africa, for example, goes to his field or her field and sees that the weeds are competing with the crops, some will use the cutlass, chemicals. One of the mentioned atrazine. It's also a herbicide. They came with glyphosate, which you commonly know it in the market as Roundup. Of course, applies to the field, all the grass, all the weed dies, dries up, and the plant is still standing. Now, glyphosate is an organophosphate. In the field of agrochemicals, we have two broad classes, organochlorines and organophosphates. If you are old enough that you heard about DDT, dichlorodiethyl trichloroethane, it falls into the class of chemicals that are environmentally persistent and recalcitrant to degradation. So there are different channels of environmental degradation. Some are degraded by sunlight, call it photodegradation. Some are degraded in the water. But DDT, which was an organochlorine, was persisting in water bodies, and you remember your Gamalin 20, killing fishes and other amphibious organisms.
I got very short.
Now, they banned DDT. For about 20 years, DDT was still being used in Africa, in Nigeria. And unfortunately, farmers, fishermen were using it to kill fishes and bring the fishes to the table. So, what now happened was, with this Roundup resistant, genetically modified soybeans and maize, farmers felt more at liberty to apply more herbicides. But something else was also happening at the same time. Because nature is designed by God to operate in a certain way. Suddenly, the weeds began to resist the herbicide, necessitating for farmers to apply more herbicide, increasing the concentration, increasing the dosage, and another chemical pathway that we know is called metabolization. In the environment, the chemical or agrochemical species the farmer introduces ordinarily is supposed to metabolize, degrade. But as you increase the concentration, some residues will not metabolize because of higher concentration. It's a natural law of physics. Then saltiness was also happening. The organochlorines that were banned, the DDTs, the gamalin 20 that were banned, they were not metabolizing in the environment, they were persistent. But for the organophosphates, which glyphosate, the active ingredient in Roundup, that is so ubiquitous all across African nations, among farmers today, when it breaks down, the active metabolites are more toxic than the initial agrochemical. That's what is happening. So when rain falls, these metabolites run off into surface water bodies. And has anybody inquired why, since how many years from independence, Nigeria, as a case study, many cities in Nigeria have problems with potable water. Many villages, many cities, people drink from surface water or groundwater. And if you study the translocation of chemicals in the soil, it goes down. So groundwater sources became polluted, surface water bodies became polluted, and for example, the soybean and the maize, the tissue of the plant lacks the ability to completely metabolize Roundup because it picks it up. As you spray it on the crop, it picks it up. So what am I trying to paint? I'm painting a picture of how this thing moves from the field to the table as your breakfast or dinner table. And then suddenly, we began to see things like a spread of, when I was growing up, I was told that diabetes was a disease of old people. I was told that hypertension was a disease of very wealthy people who they are thinking of so many things. Until I began to visit the dialysis centers and I saw 12-year-olds, teenagers with type 2 diabetes. It's as a result, because there are super weeds now, as a result of Roundup resistant maize, Roundup resistant soya, super weeds are coming. Now, if you go to the field, farmers are no longer using only Roundup. They are mixing it together with some other cocktail to be able to kill the weeds. Now, that is the picture that we face. And in conclusion, any society that terminates the future of its young is entering into a termination stage. So it means young people, males, will become infertile. Young people, females, will have cervical cancers, breast cancers, and infertility. And it also means people's life expectancy, like in Nigeria today, the life expectancy of males is 54, 55. The one for females is 58. So that is what is facing us. And my submission to the general public is you need to intentionally ask the right questions. Ask questions to the food vendor that is selling food to you. Ask questions to your representatives in the political houses. Ask questions to us, scientists, to tell you what we are doing in the laboratories. Because it's not all about money. It's about population reduction.
Please, you can do better. Thank you so much, Prof. I would have loved to summarize, but who am I to summarize a whole presentation of a professor? Thank you so much. Please, another round of applause for him. Okay, just a very quick one. For 5 minutes or less, we are going to be listening to, once again, esteemed Barrister Bismarck Akintoye Johnson, who is going to be speaking to us on law and food security with respect to the GMOs. Thank you so much, sir.
Well, thank you very much. I'm grateful to the the Governing Council for giving me the opportunity again. I'm just going to go and take off from where Professor stopped. Is it asking the right questions? As we are on this high table, I have the professor here, I have the publisher here. So between the two of them, I'm going to help them to ask the right questions legally so that they can do the justice to it. February 7, 2024, some few days ago, Vanguard, with permission, I'm mentioning that Vanguard newspaper said war over genetic modified crops as biotech experts trade wars at the National Assembly. Now, this matter has got into the National Assembly because there are already laws that allow biotechnology in Nigeria. There are already laws. When people were sleeping, they were passed at the federal level that allowed this that we are challenging today. But you know, the basic question is this. For those who went to the National Assembly to protest, the question they should ask themselves is, what was the reason for passing that law? The reason for passing the law is that they would tell the parliamentarians that they want to help to increase the yield per acre. They want to make our farming practices to be more efficient. They want to protect the food security of our nation. They want to make sure that the average farmer gets more value for being a farmer. That is the thing they will put before the lawmakers who are ignorant of other things. But today, we have found out that the purpose of that law is not what we are saying. Because do we need to have GMO seeds for us to increase the yield of our farmers per acre? The answer is no. Do we need genetically modified seeds for us to increase the yield per acre? The answer is no. Do we need genetically modified seeds for the farmers to have the best yield? The answer is no. So if the purpose for which the law was passed is not there, then what do? We provide necessary education for our National Assembly members to abrogate that law. Because that's the most important thing. Law is an instrument of social engineering. And when a lawyer is confronted with things like this, what is the nexus between law and food security? Because food security is national security. National security is the reason why you have a state. It is because there is the option state of nature. Life is brutish, very short, and people do anything they like. That's why we say, let us leave that state of nature and come to a nation state where we regulate ourselves in a particular way. So as far as I'm concerned, we must engage the lawmakers to undo the law they did. And we must provide them with enough education. Let's take, for example, if they have modified genetically modify seeds in Europe and they accept it. They don't have the land we have. Niger State alone, the land mass of Niger State alone, if you combine Belgium and Holland, the Niger State alone as a state in Nigeria is bigger than those two countries. So if somebody woke up in Europe and say, oh, we want to increase the yield of our farmers, they don't have the land. That's why they want to do it. We have the land. If somebody woke up in Canada and say, well, they want genetically modified seed in North America, you can't blame them. A country where 9 months of the year is ice. It's a glaciated region. What kind of agricultural practice do you want to practice effectively in a glaciated region? But when you come to Nigeria and Africa, where you have lands that are in excess, that we have not collected, now that was set up to ensure that agricultural lands, you acquire land for agricultural purpose, because there are some areas, some land that are specifically, yes, for agricultural practice. So before these GMO people came, we have things that has been put legally to ensure that food security is achieved, increased yield is achieved, farmers can get more money, they have increase in returns, in a process that will also make sure that the food that is coming to your table, you see, from the market, from the farm gate to the table, because the farm gate is where it starts from, to the table, is safe for Nigerians. So what we need to do is to ask the right questions. I would like Professor and those who are on the table here, including our publisher, to engage the lawmakers. When you made want to prevent, what was your purpose? What did they tell you that the genetically modified seed is going to cause? What advantage is it bringing to the table? If it is to increase yield, then we have a better way.
That these kind of things are being exposed and people are being enlightened to ensure that they got a better understanding of the consequences of the use of these GMO foods. And then, in the course of the lawyer's presentation, it talks about the laws. What is being done today to ensure that the laws, which has been established for years to promote these GMOs, are being retrieved so as to save our people from going into oblivion. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you so much. The last question before I give it to the panelists. Yes, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much, sir, for this wonderful opportunity. My name is Mr. Samuel Olisafarid, representing the Africa for Africa Youth Initiative. So I have a very important question based on the research carried out by the Africa for Africa Youth Initiative. And it says, based on the research carried out by the Africa for Africa Youth Initiative, the genetically modified foods in Uganda, the parliament has passed a law to regulate agricultural biotechnological products, and the scientists are already in the latter stages. So how can CEFSA, in collaboration with Africa for Africa Youth Initiative, prevent the further taking of this law so that the
Thank you so much. Okay, so the second and the third questions will be married together because they are almost similar. Eh? The first and the second, yes. So okay, you take yeah, please go on. Yeah, the last one, yeah. Thank you so much. Okay, 30 seconds, please. so much. Please, a beautiful round of applause for the panelists. Okay, right now we are going live to the United States of America, where we have the renowned Dr. Phillips Injamenze. He's connected live online, and he's a neurosurgeon. He would have loved to be here, but he's having some patients on life support. That's why he's not here. He's one of the biggest names in this sector that we're talking about today. So please, yes, from Imo State, Nigeria, but he's currently in the US. So he joins us live from the US right now. Please, do we have him so that we can? Okay, good. Doctor, for joining us.
Well, thank you for having me. Thank you very much for having me. And I want to thank all the organizers of this, Prof. and all the other colleagues. This has been very, very enlightening. I'm so happy today to be with you. Today I'm going to focus just briefly on the health, and actually there's a big exposition I'm going to make so that we will understand what is going on. We have been talking in the Global Pro-Life Alliance that there should be a ban of all GMO seeds. There is no justification whatsoever. And let us look at the statistics. The U.S. Department of Agriculture produced this graph. I hope you are displaying the presentation which I sent to you. You will see that with use of the Roundup pesticide, the use of insecticides have only but increased in the U.S. starting from the year 2000 up to even the present day. So really, this idea that it actually helps to reduce the use of insecticide is just a big fat lie. It's not supported. This is data from the U.S. Department of Agriculture. Now, glyphosate by WHO has been declared a cancerogenic substance. This is WHO. This is they did that on March 20th, 2015. So there is no scientific argument that will support that glyphosate. Does it cause cancer or it doesn't cause cancer? The evidence is very clear. We know that the Monsanto maize damages the liver and kidney. And the work by Seralini, which has actually exposed this whole mechanism on how this happens in very acute experiments, and this evidence has been reviewed and found to be correct. So you can see GMO foods cause liver, kidney failure, they cause breast cancer, they cause intestinal lesions, they cause liver, soy, for example, soy, GM soy actually has been found to damage the liver structure. Then it can cause prematurity, even in animals. You can see, I don't know whether you are seeing it, you will see a rat that is fed on normal foods, and then a very small rat of the same age that is fed on GMOs. So, and it can shrink the testes. It has been proven beyond reasonable doubt that those rats fed on GMO will have a shrunk testes. And it can cause leukemia. All the blood cancers have been shown by colleagues in Australia that this is the effect of it. Now, what they do is that they tell a lot of lies. You will see this work sponsored by Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. It's called the yellow cassava. And the yellow cassava, they said, contains protein, that they have actually worked in the gene that will contain protein. That's why it justifies the use of GMO yellow cassava. It was a falsified work. You see, this is the scientific retraction showing that there is no protein in the so-called yellow cassava. Now, the same thing they made about the golden rice. Oh, the golden rice contains vitamin A. It will solve Africa's dietary deficit in vitamin A. 40 times one bag of golden rice in vitamin A content. And spinach contains 100 times more vitamin A than a bag of golden rice. So this is just scientific falsification. Now, so we know celiac disease, which causes intestinal malabsorption, difficulty in digestion, anemias, thyroid cancer, low sperm count, kidney disease, is also caused by Roundup or glyphosate. So, but what is happening in Nigeria? What is the real problem? Why is that? Where is this whole push? This thing started in 2000, the G7 summit hosted by Tony Blair. And over 100 million eggs just to carry out this process worldwide and perfect this technique. So where will you get 100 million eggs? That should come from minimum of 10 million women. So they looked at the map and saw Nigeria with 250 million people, largely ignorant of the sophistication of this. They looked at the place that has 70% of the tuber crops for food. That is the Northeast. So in this Northeast, they formed this Boko Haram. They were the people who came up with it. Started inciting program with mercenaries and then saying that it's Islamic extremism. Now, let me give you an example on the Islamic extremism. Between 2015, for example, and 2018, 37,500 people died, were recorded dead from Boko Haram attacks by the U.S. Council on Foreign Relations. This was the data they provided to the Congress. Now, out of these 37,500, there were 32 data comes even next. When you look at all those people who were killed, they were all natural seed growers in their communities. So they grow seeds, so the farmers go to them to buy seeds. So how come they were eliminated? How did they know who were the seed growers? A grant, and you can verify this, the press can verify this, a grant of 2 billion naira was given to the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development under additional from Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. They gave what they call the electronic wallet. These are telephones, just the normal telephones, but it has NFC and GPS technologies. So they gave it to the farmers and said, okay, we will use it to fund this grant. If you go to buy seed from a seed grower, he will just sell it to you, and then you kick in the number and it will go through. You don't have to pay. So they publicized this as electronic wallet. So with this operation and computation with EFC technology, you could actually locate all the farmers, particularly the seed growers, to the nearest meter. They gave over this data to their mercenaries. What does it take to become a Fulani herdsman? Get anybody, put a turban on him, and arm him with an AK-47. And that's what happened. These were not Muslims, these were mercenaries. So they hired them from Libya, from Chad, from Liberia, from Niger Republic, and brought them into Nigeria. These are the people you are seeing now causing all this trouble. So they killed Nigerian farmers. When they killed Nigerian farmers, they set up the Biosafety Agency. They set it up and used their own people to man it. And you can see all the people who were Federal Ministry of Finance. Where is she now? She is the Deputy UN President Director. All the people. Where is Adesina now? He is chairman of the African Development Bank. Who put them there? Bill Gates. So what had happened was that they put their people who are going to in strategic places and funded them. Now, these people, another law they passed through the National Assembly, and that was very much part of the argument that to stop this law is called the National Health Act. Most of you don't know this, and the populace don't know this, that if you go to any hospital in Nigeria, it is the doctor who says your organ can be taken without your consent. The doctor, the director of that hospital. it was written into the law. And it was written into the law that after 2 years, most of the hospitals that are in Nigeria will be closed. Now, people, you ask me, Prof, I'm just saying, am I just saying this? I was present, physically present, at the General Electric headquarters in Abuja when GE executives came down from New York, invited the top leaders of the private healthcare sector, pharmacists, lab scientists, and doctors, and said, look, we are ready to pay you any amount for you to leave the health sector. I was sitting down there. And we said, are you mad? So the whole thing ended in a chaos. But we now knew that they said that Bill Gates was going to give us money, and then we will leave the health sector. He will replace the entire health sector with 260 hospitals in the first phase. And the contract has been given to General Electric. So that will tell you the entire reason for all this. And what are they looking for? These the hospitals they are creating. Nigerians will go there either as organ donors or the egg donors. Because the egg, if you read that law, you will see that they say a gamete is not tissue. So it's not protected. Which is gamete is the origin of all tissue. But if you read that, you will see. If you read that law in section 48 and 51, you will see that your organ can be collected without consent. In section 20, if you come on an emergency, it's declared free. Why do they want to say you should declare free healthcare in emergency? Because if you declare emergency, so you will be treated free, what will happen is that the doctor can decide to take your organ without your consent. The consent clause can be waived. Look at section 48 and section 51. So I argued before, representing the doctors of Nigeria. I argued at the National Assembly, and I told Ike Ekweremadu and Okowa and Ngige, they were sitting down on the government side, and I told them, I said, look, you can't do this. There were 5,000 Nigerians in that hall. You can't do this. And the Ekweremadu said, okay, no, what am I saying? He actually asked the entire press out of the place that they should take their TVs and everything and go ahead and get out of the place. And what now happened was that I now warned him before everybody. I said, Ekweremadu, you will be the first victim of this very law you are pushing. So this was what really happened. And what we are facing in this country is not just pushing of GMO, because the 10 million women who hello, yes, please. Okay, okay, yes, okay. So I'm told that the time is up. So, but you know, you can also ask questions later. Thank you very much.
Dr. Joyce? Yes, okay. While Dr. Philip Njemenze was talking, I just realized that we have a lot to do. There are so many things that have been happening under our nose and we don't know about all these things. And this is where the media comes up. You know, so we need to really amplify some of these things. We need to do a lot of researches. A lot of bills are being passed into law without our notice, because why? People are not even checking out those things. So we really need to do much. We really need to amplify. The media need to do much. We need to sit down as stakeholders to really discuss the way forward. Because if we sit down just like that, the government will be passing a lot of bills, a lot of laws, without the awareness and the consciousness of citizens. And these laws are really detrimental to citizens. So on this note, we are going to be taking esteemed Dr. Joyce Brown. She's connected online. right? Prof, Dr. Joyce Brown. She's connected online, and please, Dr. Joyce, please, you have 8 minutes for your presentation. 8 minutes. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you to all the organizers of this event. I'm particularly very excited that we're having this symposium, and I'm glad that it is being organized by scientists, by research institution organization, because over time, Health of Mother Earth Foundation has been campaigning and resisting the push for GMOs in Nigeria, and we have been tagged anti-patriotic, we've been tagged anti-science, just because we're speaking against GMOs. So to hear scientists campaign against this subject, it's very appealing, and I believe that this campaign will move even further and have a lot more ears, especially in the lawmaking space. I'd like to speak to a PowerPoint presentation. I hope I'll be able to share my screen. All right, so I'm talking about GMOs, Nigeria's wrong solution to food insecurity. On I think on the 23rd of January this year, about 23 new varieties of crops were approved for. They've been approved for commercial release, but they were officially released by the Nigerian Varietal Committee. And this is said to be in a bid to solve food insecurity. And so that brought to us the question or the issue of are GMOs really the solution to Nigeria's insecurity problem? How do GMOs actually come to the question? So that's what we're going to be looking at today. A lot has already been said about the implication of GMOs, and I'm sure 90%, if not everyone in this space, both physically in the hall and those joining virtually, by now already understand that GMOs are no solution at all, and GMOs are not the way to go for our beloved country, Nigeria. But just for the purpose of this presentation, we'll be looking at GMOs, food security, side by side. But first of all, just to highlight some of the myths and half-truths about GMOs, to say that the GM technology is not simply an extension of conventional agriculture. Some people say there is comparative advantage that GMOs have over non-conventional varieties, that they are basically alike. But like the very first speaker said, if GMOs were the same as natural varieties, we would not have need for patents. There wouldn't be any need for intellectual property rights over the seeds that are genetically modified. That alone should tell us that they are not the same as the local varieties. They involve artificial manipulations of seeds at the cellular level, which is not possible under normal circumstances. And also to highlight the fact that the results of this manipulation are not always as is expected, and not always as targeted. So precision is a question that's left yet unanswered. It's also important to note that the genes that are being manipulated are genes of commercial interest. So it's not so much of, we want to ensure that the hungry populations are fed. They are genes of commercial interest. Also to buttress the fact that GMOs are mostly for profit making. So it is also a myth when it is said that GMOs will ensure improved yield. There are studies upon studies that have revealed that GMOs do not yield better than conventional crops. At best, the yields are about the same. GMOs have not reduced pesticide usage in over 2 decades since they were introduced. Instead, pesticide usage has increased because over a huge percentage of genetically modified crops in the market, over 70% of them, are so modified to withstand the use of herbicides. For example, the Roundup Ready crops, right? So these groups of crops alone have increased the use of these herbicides across the world, and this constitutes a major problem instead of solving the problem as it is touted to do. And another myth, another falsehood that is propagated in Nigeria is the fact that all GMOs approved in Nigeria are said to be are safe, right? Yet when we call for the results of the assessments that have been done, reports showing that feeding tests have been done, and this certifies that GMOs are safe, those information are nowhere to be found. They are not on the website of the regulatory agency. They are not on the website of the biotechnology, biosafety clearinghouse of the United Nations, where such information are supposed to be uploaded, right? And then others say, oh, we'll have GMOs labeled. There are times we called out to say, oh, Nigerians are not able to tell what they're eating. Nigerians have no right to decide whether or not to consume GMOs. And that was in a tweet chat, in a Twitter event, and then the then director of the National Biosafety Management Agency said, oh, GMOs will be labeled, so people will have a choice. And then we asked, how will the person selling akara by the roadside or roasted corn, or the woman in the market, the open market, selling beans or rice poured in basins, how would they label their products to say, oh, these are GMOs? And then the director said, oh, the akara seller will put up a sign to say, my akara or my roasted corn is GMO, is made from GMO. We all know that is a very big lie, and it will not happen. So it goes to say that because of our socio-economic system, the way food is purchased, the way food is consumed in Nigeria, it will be nearly impossible to have GMOs labeled and for Nigerians to make informed choice. What are GMOs really about? Seed monopoly, control over the seed market. As it is today, currently, more than 60% of the world's seeds are owned and controlled by just 4 corporations, and so is the chemical industry. And GMOs are also about increased pesticide use, as we mentioned. I'm sorry, I'm trying to rush so that I don't get caught up before I finish what I have to say. And then GMOs also have brought about super weeds and super bugs, because over time the weeds, the pests in general, or the insects now become resistant to the herbicides that the crops are designed to withstand, and so farmers have to seek even more toxic formulations just so that they can address the pest issues. GMOs are based on monocultures, and this has been mentioned before, and very importantly, this brings about the loss of nutritional diversity, and there's a lot of talk about malnutrition, and some GMOs are even like Dr. Injemanzi was saying, some are engineered to contain increased levels of vitamin A, which you can get from simply eating carrots, right? But then what we're propagating, on the other hand, is promoting that same malnutrition. So we also have the reduction or the loss of biodiversity, which has implications for climate change and also implications for how our ecosystems are able to respond to environmental stresses. Now, just to show us some of the GMOs that have been approved in Nigeria, the ones that are official or the ones that are in the public domain, we are sure that some others have come into the country that we do not know about or that are not captured. And there are also products, processed foods that are in the supermarkets, as our market shelf surveys have revealed. Over 50 different products made from genetically modified foods, cereals, noodles, vegetable oils, a whole lot of them. But talking about crops that are officially approved, we have about 23 of them, 10 approved for field trials, 3 for commercial release. That's the beans that was approved in 2021, cotton in 2016, and the recent Stella maize that has been approved, and others, 10 others for use for food and processing, for feed and processing. And then these approvals are granted in spite of factual objections that WWF and other concerned organizations have sent to many of these products that have been released for the Nigerian people to consume. And this is to stress the fact that there is generally no scientific consensus on the safety of GMOs. So we have our government continually saying, oh, that GMOs are safe, especially coming from the National Biosafety Management Agency. That is supposed to be regulating GMOs. They often come out to say, oh, GMOs are safe. Other countries are adopting this technology. Why shouldn't Nigeria? And then we ask the question, do we have to use the technology simply because it is available, or our context, our agricultural context, requires that we adopt this technology, or that we have even conducted enough long-term or adequate testing to ensure the safety of these products, right? So the long-term impacts are still unknown, and there is no evidence that long-term or even short-term feeding tests have been conducted in Nigeria. The best we have are field trials to check the performance of the crops on the field. We are not sure, there's no information out there as to how consuming these products will affect human health. Right, now talking about hunger and how GMOs do not address the problem of hunger, I will just put out a few of those questions that we should think about, we should meditate on, and probably try to answer for ourselves. Why are people really hungry? Is it because our farmers are not producing, or is it because they are not able to produce? What really hinders agricultural productivity? What are the root causes of these problems? Now, do GMOs really outperform natural varieties? I'm sure from all the presentations we've had so far, we can readily answer these questions. Now, a quick basic search on Google for the real causes of hunger would show you poverty, insecurity, conflict, inequalities, that's gender discrimination, climate change, inflation, weak government support systems. These are some of the things you will see across various articles on the internet when you simply type real causes of hunger. So we see that the issues of food insecurity in Nigeria do not have anything to do with GMOs, or whether or not we need GMOs. So as we continue, we find what needs to be done to actually address the problem. So we have herbicide-tolerant GMOs. Like I mentioned before, over 80% of GMO crops worldwide are designed to be herbicide-tolerant. Now, currently in Nigeria, we're already experiencing food export rejections, especially by the EU, on products like beans, sesame seeds, melons, granules, and yam that have been banned primarily because of excessive chemical residues. So by the time we keep on, adopting GMOs, opening the doors wide for GMOs, we have more and more export markets locked against us. Now we also have GMOs threatening predominantly informal seed system that normally allows seed saving, seed sharing, reusing of seeds. But like we have heard over and over today, most of the GMOs come with patents and intellectual property rights that prevent farmers from readily using and exchanging these seeds. This will have serious implications for productivity and restriction of farmers' rights. The use of these pesticides that are produced mostly by the same companies producing the GMO seeds will bring about soil degradation, because researchers have shown that they do not only destroy the weeds that they are targeted at, but destroy other beneficial organisms in the ecosystem, beneficial microorganisms, the bees, and other organisms in the soil ecosystem. And this, of course, we know will reduce productivity. There's also the issue of genetic contamination, right? And then the loss of biodiversity and nutritional diversity. So we've said that GMOs have been banned in a number of countries. Just to emphasize that 64 countries currently
the moment I tell her thank you, go to
label GMO foods. And then we have 26
Gachucha.
countries which have banned GMOs altogether. 16
Karanja
in
Gachucha.
EU, 4 in Asia, two African countries, including Uganda, that already highlighted today, and 4 countries in the Americas. In 2023, 5 states in the USA decided to put a ban on GMOs. Now, this should highlight, this should portray the fact that GMOs are not the solution to food insecurity anywhere in the world, right? And they are mostly propagated for profit making. Now, an increasing number of people all around the world are choosing to eat organic and non-GMO foods. But again, if we allow GMOs to come into the country and say, oh, we want people to be informed and then they can decide whether or not to eat GMOs, the truth is that they will not be able to decide, because if you see GM beans and non-GM beans here, you will not be able to tell the difference by merely looking at them. That's why it's important that we unanimously call for a ban on GMOs, at least until there is proof of their safety, which we know cannot be proved, because there are several studies, like has been highlighted, that already link GMOs to various immune disorders, cancers, birth defects, and what have you. Now, the real solution to solve Nigeria's food security problem is to address the root causes of poverty, inflation, conflict, and gender discrimination.
Okay, Dr. Joyce, please begin to wrap up. We'll get back to you, please. Thank you so much. We'll get back to you. Thank you. Please, a round of applause for Dr. Joyce. Just before we take Mr. Sylvester Ebudage, the publishers of National Daily and National Standard, please, I want us to invite from United States, Dr. Karanja Gachucha, who is going to be taking us on GMOs, halting Africa's agroecological, economic, and food sovereignty. He's a renowned expert in this field. Please, let's have Dr. Karanja, please. Is he on? Thank you for connecting, sir.
Thank you very much. My name is Karanja Gashusha. I'm Mr. Karanja.
Okay, Dr. Karanja, please, thank you for joining us. You have 7 minutes for your presentation. Thank you.
Methods, regenerative agriculture, a return to our roots methods of production of food in Africa. It's a simple reason. As you've heard already from all the previous presenters, much of the research being done on GMOs is being done by foreign companies. These are financial, economic considerations. They have nothing to do with safety. They have nothing to do with nutrition. They have everything to do with profit for these companies. They are foreign companies, worse, even worse. And additionally, the tests that they are conducting are all being conducted using foreign seeds, foreign researchers, conducted on foreign soils, conducted using the priorities for the United States, for Europe. They do not take into consideration our own needs, our own nutrition needs, our traditions, because those are important as well. We use food in our traditional ceremonies. We use various, and our bodies have been constructed using the traditional foods that we are already used to. The other problem that I have with the scientific research coming from the West, from overseas, is that they pretend as if the only type of research that can be conducted on nutrition, on food, on food production, is only research on GMOs. And that is not true. We do not. So I have to come back to us, because there is an us problem as well. It's not just them. So they can try to impose their will on us, but we do not have to accept it. And the problem is that since independence, African governments have been looking to the West to have the West, the former colonizers, tell us what the next step is going to be in absolutely every single policy that we have conducted, from our elections, from our systems of government, from our systems of banking, our education, our food production, our food systems. And unfortunately, The farther away we have moved from our so-called political independence, the closer we have moved towards systems that have nothing to do with us, that are not authentically ours, that were never built by us, that were never built for us. Organizations that I've heard mentioned here, the African Development Bank is the World Bank. It's not an African bank, so we need to stop fooling ourselves with that name. Organizations such as the World Bank, the IMF, were organizations that were formed, and the United Nations, by the way, were organizations that were formed in the 1940s after the Second European-American War that they referred to as the World War. We were not part of that war, so it was not a world war, it was a European war, but that's another story for another day. But the point being, organizations built by the exact same terrorists that were terrorizing us during colonialism cannot then pretend, and we are foolish to believe that those organizations could have ever been built with us under consideration. They were not. They were built to be the imperialists, the public relations arms for imperialism. And so when we listen to what they're telling us as providing solutions for our economies, for our food systems, for our health systems, then we are lying out to ourselves. We are fooling ourselves. So what we have to do as Africans is we have to have policies that are specifically African-centric. In Zimbabwe, this is the other problem that we have in Africa. We do not learn from our neighbors. We do not even try to learn from our fellow Africans. In Zimbabwe, in Eritrea, they have good examples. In Zimbabwe in particular, when the British farmers left as they were supposed to, there was in place, Mugabe had already prepared research institutions to test African seed, African breeds of animals, and conduct research. And in Zimbabwe, because of the sanctions that followed the rightful evacuation of British farmers, as the Lancaster Agreement had, the Lancaster Treaty had agreed to before Tony Blair reneged on that treaty, Zimbabwe was very prepared with the research using African traditional small seeds, using African breeds. And what Zimbabwe has proven to us is that you do not need GMOs, that you can conduct research on native breeds and improve the yield using traditional methods, using and adding modern science to that. We can have hybrids. Hybrids are not genetically modified. We can hybridize our traditional seeds and our natural breeds that do very well in the environments in which we live in. So when we import seeds that are not even indigenous to our continent, we are setting ourselves up. We have all types of foods that are drought resistant. Why do we need to import drought resistant crops from the United States that will never fit into this, into our environments? We've been lied to that we are being sold seeds that are going to be drought resistant, that are going to be pest resistant, that are going to be infection resistant. And then they come in and they get infected by other breeds that they had not even accounted, by types of pests and diseases that they had not even imagined. They don't fare well in that climate because they are not traditionally made for that climate. Corn from California cannot fare well in Kenya or in Nigeria or South Africa for that matter, because it is not traditionally indigenous to that environment. We already have crops and seeds that are already resilient to the pests, to the diseases, and that fare well in the types of climates that we have. We've been lied to that Roundup, you've heard that described, that it was going to the be-all and end-all of all problems. In California, they've had to pay, they've been sued and paid billions of dollars in compensation because of the cancer-causing element of it. But yet, it is still being sold today, across the United States, by the way, as well, as well as across Africa. Why? Because the lobbyists that sell these products are more powerful than many politicians. So politicians are not leaders, politicians follow. So we, the grassroots, have to have the leadership from within us to make sure that we are pushing for the systems, for the food systems that we want, for the policies, for the food policies that we want, and we know that we should have, for the type of research that we know can work. Our scientists, we have our own scientists, so we have to rely more. We have to absolutely insist and rely more on the people on this call for the research, for the type of research that we need to advance to make sure that we have African food systems that are going back to our traditional roots to ensure that we continue to use and eat the foods that are traditionally good for us, that have kept us alive for millennia. In Joyce's presentation, she talked about, for example, in her search, in her Google search, poverty as one of the reasons for hunger and malnutrition. They refer to African farmers as poor. Traditionally, in Africa, when you had land, you were not considered poor. Today, even today, when you have land, you should not be considered poor, because when you have land, you can have food. You can plant your own seeds and grow your own food. We have created systems and an environment where people who have land cannot afford to buy seed because of the lobbyists, the Monsanto lobbyists, who are coming in and telling our politicians that they must pass laws preventing us from sharing seeds with each other. That is a law that is actually in place in Kenya right now, where I'm from. Kenya is right next to Uganda. Uganda has already passed an all, and congratulations to our fellow researcher here from Uganda, who's telling us that in Uganda they have moved to all organic. Why can Kenya not learn from Uganda? Why are we going to Norway? Why are we going to California? And so these are the problems that we have as Africans. We have to have more of these types of conferences and symposiums where we're learning from each other. But that learning has to then be transferred. And we have to have organizations that are actually transferring and ensuring that this knowledge is being shared across the continent, across the region, to make sure that we take back our continent. Food security indeed is national security. Without food security, we will be slaves. In Norway, they are storing native African seeds. Why? In Switzerland as well, they're storing native African seeds. In the next 50 years, seed will be the new gold. They will be holding us hostage for our own seeds, for our own native African seeds and breeds. So we must take the bull by its horns right this minute, today, to ensure that that eventuality does not come. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before we continue, please, we would want everyone to come back to our seats, because we still have a lot to discuss about. This is a symposium, and the things that we're discussing about we're talking to a larger audience, and they affect the whole world. And yes, it may stretch for a bit, but the information actually is needed. We need to seed the world with the information that is coming out of this event. So we would want everyone to, be patient. Maybe you've been online, you're watching online, and you're looking at the time, it's gone 1 hour, 2 hours. The information is needed. It's very needed. And we're going to continue. We still have a lot of topics to take today. We have a lot of information. Some of our speakers would have to come back, because besides discussing the problems, we need to also find solutions, because that's actually what we're doing here, to find solutions. If we can find the problems with the genetically modified crops, and we're looking at the legislations that have brought them to be, we must find solutions, and that's what we're doing today. Because the various the people who are listening all around the world must know the alternatives. How can we make things better? And that's what we're doing. So, ladies and gentlemen of the press, please, we would like you to come back to your stations. the interviews can be suspended for a while, and we would continue this event. Thank you very much. So right now, I would like to welcome our next speaker, and he's going to speak to us still on the same topic, more information, shed more light on it, and how we can actually approach it. We're going to introduce right now the publisher, the CEO, MD CEO of National Daily Newspapers and National Standard Magazine, Sylvester Ebodage. Mr. Sylvester Ebodage. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much for having me. I would like to commend the organizers of this summit. Interestingly, the issue we're talking about affects each and every one of us. It's about the food we eat, and we must all take special interest in what we are doing right now and beyond this event. It's about promoting organic food, organic farming, letting people know that they should eat food and not chemicals. And also to let people know that food sustains, but chemical kills. So these are fundamental facts that we must come to terms with. Now, as a media practitioner, I very much agree that yes, the media has a key role to play. We do have a role, and our role is pretty much that of advocacy and sensitization of the populace, the farmers, the consumers, as well as government. We all saw this coming. It is clearly an orchestration by forces outside of government who have been working through the years to undermine different nations. When the issues of insecurity started in Nigeria and the bandits, destroying farmlands, working with herdsmen, we knew that we were going to come to a point where organic farming was going to become almost impossible. And like the earlier speaker, the barrister, did say, those who genuinely wanted to find ways to increase their farm yields had issues with space and time. They had just a few months in the year available for farming, and they had limited space. So they were looking for ways to increase their farm yields, and that is understandable. But when you come to this side of the divide, where we have arable lands, I mean, it's a continent, I would say, and particularly for Nigeria, where you can drop a seed pretty much anywhere, and you come back, it has germinated. That is how fertile our soil is. And then to deliberately destroy this fertility, to deliberately destroy this productivity potentials of our soils with a view to imposing on us these genetically modified crops or products is unacceptable. And as a media, we have a responsibility to educate the public, to let them know why this is injurious to the populace, and why we also as journalists must be very circumspect because now there are grants being offered the media by the same elements behind the destruction of our organic agricultural practices, to begin to influence the journalists to promote GMO, as it were, to make you feel that it is the best thing to happen to us as a people. And this has been happening through the years, and they have only just increased the grants for media organizations and practicing journalists. You know, they are offering them scholarships, fellowships, and they are making it attractive to them. You publish stories that promote GMO as safe for consumption, and there is a lot of money to be given to the media. Now, as committed journalists, we must shun such offers. And also, we must understand that we owe ourselves a duty, because you don't know who is going to consume this product. You don't know who is going to consume it. We must also go a step further to educate the consumers. In developed climes where serious concerns have been raised, GMO products are marked, and people who go to shops, who go for their grocery shopping, they insist on what they want. So there is the organic and there is the GMO. So we must educate the public, and if consumers insist on organic, then we are obviously telling those behind the GMO products that there is no market for you in our society. So we must take up this responsibility to educate our consumers as well. We must also engage our lawmakers, no doubt. We must engage our regulators. There are questions begging for answers. Like one of our presenters, I think that was Mrs. Joyce, talked about the research findings. Before the GMOs are approved for use, the seeds are approved for farmers, where are the results of the tests that they conducted? So as journalists, we must ask these questions and demand for answers. We must demand for answers, because in finding answers to these questions, we can begin to expose some of the undercurrent transactions, because we are getting information that are quite troubling. How that grants are being given to supposed scientists, researchers, who are pseudoscientists. They just collect these grants, they buy new cars, they acquire new properties, and they just endorse the narratives of those who are behind these killer products, these chemicals disguised as food. They are not food, they are chemicals, and chemicals kill. They don't help at all. So we must expose these hidden findings, and of course, there are also genuine scientists. You know, we have Professor Christobeg and his likes, who are genuinely committed to exposing the facts behind the GMOs. And as journalists, we must identify such voices and help project their narratives for the safety of our society. Because if we do not do this, if we don't play our roles, and the people behind this agenda succeed, we are culpable. We can't claim to be ignorant, because we have a responsibility, and we must play our roles. Of course, there are also concepts, initiatives that would work, that we need to begin to point those in positions of leadership to them. For instance, in 1976, thereabout, we had the Operation Feed the Nation. That was under the federal military government of Olusegun Obasanjo. This was an initiative that was supposed to help us increase our production, organic production, help bring down the prices of foodstuff and agricultural products, but they were frustrated. They were frustrated strategically. And with the use of insecurity and the use of some of these chemicals, and the same people came back to tell us that the initiative failed. So as a country and as a government that is committed to the people, what we should do is go back to such initiatives and look at what didn't work, what worked, and how we can enhance it for the benefit of our society. And I also think the issue of security must be taken seriously. As journalists, we cannot but point everybody to the fact that the insecurity in our core states that were considered the food baskets of the nation is also largely responsible for the food crisis, artificial food crisis we're having today. Because if we can ensure that there's security, the farmers can go back and engage in the organic farming that we are used to, there will be organic food produce. And with that, there is no market for the GMO products. And I think we as media must understand these responsibilities we have, all right? And then the lawmakers, we will not let them have any peace. We will engage them, and we will make sure we project these narratives. The people behind them may not have as much funds like those who are projecting the wrong narratives. But you see, we have a responsibility. We have a mandate to inform our audience, to inform the public. And we cannot but make sure that we carry out this responsibility. And I want to commit to ensuring that beyond here, we are going to bring together do I still have it? Okay. We would also ensure that across our various media platforms, we task our editors, our reporters, to ask the right questions, to interrogate the narratives around the so-called safety of the GMO. We must interrogate them and seek to expose the fraud behind it and why we project the voices of those who are helping to save lives. We are not unaware of the depopulation agenda of those who are practically sponsoring more than 90% the so-called researchers behind the GMO, particularly in Africa and in our great country, Nigeria. So we know that the government is dealing with some situations they practically don't know how to deal with, and they are almost vulnerable. And they are falling to anybody who offers some sort of help. But we know that these helps are not helps in themselves. They are masked, as it were. And that is where we come in. So we must educate the consumers to ask questions. The products you are consuming, are they GMO? Are they organic? And we must begin to also initiate special articles, programs across our media platforms that address these issues. We can't wait for the symposiums. We can't wait for the workshops. But we have our various media platforms. And every day we have our audience before us, and we have a responsibility to inform our audience, to make sure they are aware of the dangers of these GMO products and why we are holding to task those who have the responsibility in government, regulators, even associations, farmers' unions. We must hold them accountable and make sure that they do the right thing and we preserve the lives of our citizens. Thank you very much for the opportunity to make this contribution. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sylvester Ebudage, CEO and publisher of National Standard and National Daily, for your beautiful presentation. Thank you so much. We want to have can we have Mrs. Oluyinka Odukoya, please?
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm not really going to take your time on the GMO because we've had enough. And these are real shocking revelation for us as a nation. I think it's high time the younger generation, I'm talking at the age of maybe 40 downwards. Yes, the upper class student need to, but 40 downwards, you really need to sleeve up and see the nation in which you are growing. Everybody is jackpot, but there's nothing like home. There's nothing like home. If Nigeria is well organized, when we were growing, people travel abroad, they run back home immediately after graduation. So we want a country like that, where everybody will be happy. Today we're going to talk about the sustainability of our land to feed us. And I keep on telling people, as many people as listen to me or know me, that Nigeria is too blessed for us to be complaining. It's really a shame in the situation in which we are now, but I tell anyone that wants to know that it is our choice. We caused it and we looked at it. I'm going to talk about this perspective. As Nigerians, we grew up, I never grew up in the village, but we grew up in schools that for every vacation, you have food. As you are resuming in January, you have fruits that you're going to eat in school. Go to so many schools now. We have flats. And we parents that we grew up in opulence of space, we don't care. We're looking at civilization. But when we look back, can you see what civilization has brought into this country? What we have accepted, what has destroyed us, and where we're going. If care is not taken, where we're going is going to be more severe than where we are now. And everybody would need to stand up. The most important thing is, how do we sustain ourselves? How is our environment not going to be polluted? We're talking about GMO. You've heard so much about GMO, what it can be. For me, GMO is a business. It's nothing but a business. So if you want to enrich the West, then let's accept it. Why is it a business? When you buy GMO seed, you cannot regrow it. You have to keep on going back to the seed owners. And let us know that he who has the seed has life. You don't have the seed, you don't have life. And life is seed, and seed is life. Now they're giving us toxic seed. We are all happy. Yes, some people were saying there should be importation. So come off it. Nigeria, have you ever traveled from Iseyin to the axis of Shaki? Or you now start your journey from Ore down to the east? Oh my goodness. I'm telling you, it's really a shame. It's because we are not shameful as a nation. And as individuals, if we don't take it up, the next generation will continue like that. We'll continue to be slaves to other people. Countries are doing it. If Nigeria, they call us giant of Africa, please, if you love yourself, don't ever say that. We are the ants of Africa. Unless we remove that pride in us. Nigerians are so prideful, so oppressive. That one is not my business. But what have we achieved in the last 62 years? The politics that we're doing, is it paying us? Our culture? How many of us? I was thinking about it this morning. I said, come off it. When we were growing, we were not taught with cabbage, peas. Don't even talk about shawarma, please. Cabbage, runner beans. I think I ate runner beans in primary school in the 70s, yes, because I went to mixed British and Nigerian school. Then, but other seeds that they're bringing to us now, you're talking about carrots and the rest of it. I'm not saying it's not good, but go and ask those farmers, can they reproduce it from the seeds? They keep on going to them. So this one that we're saying GMO, the people that went abroad, they are the cause of a problem because they brought it and said this is English breakfast. We abandoned our kamu. We abandoned our pap. We abandoned our moi moi. Everybody is laughing. Everybody is smiling. We are raising our shoulders. The farmers, when they farm, I was at a conference and I faced them. I said, you elites, you educated people, you are the cause of penury for the farmers. They said, why? I said, how many of their food do you give your children? You take cornflakes, you take Weetabix, you oppress us with English. I told my children I went to school because of the educated people, because when you speak English, you don't speak English to them, they oppress you. Until when Nigeria removed pride, let's talk to ourselves. How do we sustain ourselves? Number one, when I was growing up, I grew up in a Baptist missionary school. For every vacation, we have fruit. I know the fruit that is coming after Easter. I know the fruit that will come when we go on long vacation. So you are always eager to go to school. Please, how many of our schools have those fruits? We don't have them. Parents don't care. Now cancer is everywhere. We are now shouting. Why are we shouting? We caused it. We accepted it. They gave it to us. And now we're saying somebody is sick. How can't we be sick? As farmers, what do we grow? We pour chemical. The organic farmers came, people said it cannot work. It's working in countries. How did Putin talk? Putin spoke. He said, I don't want anything from the West. He knew, because he doesn't want his people to be sick. But we don't care. What we care for is what? money, dollars. So how do we sustain ourselves? That is what we are here to talk about. This GMO, the researchers, the lawyers, they've spoken about it. How do we take ourselves out? Because it's a dungeon, if you don't know. Food insecurity is the dungeon. Everywhere, every state now is coming out. To do what? What has the rally brought? Those guys are up there. They don't care. Do they care? Who cares for you? The policymakers are there. Do they care? So whatever they give them, they give back to us. The hospitals are not working. And if you eat good food, I can attest to it. I'm a testimony. You eat good food, your medical bill is. So which good food are we eating? You buy carrot, put it on the table. What is next? It's bad. We go tomorrow. And our own food is there. We've done the research. We have more than enough food in Nigeria. More than enough. Is it swallow for our men? Because Nigerian men, they love swallow. So if you don't know, they love it. But you can do varieties, combination. Wonderful food that we have. Tasty. But we killed it. We killed it. That is number one. Number two, schools don't have gardens. Schools don't have gardens. That is schools, then individually. God has blessed you with a home. How many of us have a home garden that you can easily grow your food? We're not saying, people will always attack me and say, Yinka, please, we cannot be all farmers. Yes, but everybody can get sick. Are we not sick now? Nigeria is sick. If you don't know, how much is a bag of rice? And those people came during Shagari. I remember a bag of rice was sold to us at 35 naira. I was telling somebody, I said there will be an end to this. Now we have the end. They brought in their food. We accepted it. We rejected our gari for them. We were saying rice, rice, rice. How many people above 50 here was eating rice every day the way we are giving our children? Let's move with compassion. We are not compassionate. The parents, you are feeding your children, yes, shawarma, you are giving them good life. We are not compassionate when you look at it. And this is the history. This is just the beginning of history for Nigeria. If we don't stand up for it, there's going to be a problem. And the best thing, the first thing we can do is, for me, I have a home. I have a space. Even if it is a room, grow something. Your bitter leaf. For the Easterners, the first time I went to the East, I was like, wow. I was just doing, wow. For every household, you will see bitter leaf, you will see inchan, you will see cocoa. Come off it. Why are we like that? And when they get to Lagos, they have their land, they cement. They have faced civilization, destruction. Our culture we have taken away. Our lifestyle we have taken away in place of dollars. Now the dollar is not even available. Do you have the dollars? The young ones, if you don't stand up, I pray, and I keep on praying for you because I have your age too, that nothing will happen to you. When you go to the hospitals, you will remember today that you have to grow something. Even if it is just herbs that you will chew to detoxify, to remove the toxin, because every food you eat in the market is toxic. It's full of chemicals. They said it. The researchers said it. Atrazine is there. Glyphosate is there. Infertility is everywhere. Cancer is everywhere. So many are just wearing gowns. We are covering so many things. Arthritis, diabetes. They give us the food. They give us the medicine. As soon as you are eating the foreign food, the destruction is there in your system. And you go to the pharmaceutical. They say, oh, mommy, they said I cannot deal without the drugs. Oh, fine. But this is a country that God has blessed. In every sense of it, we are blessed. Nigeria is still blessed. January 10, it rained, heavy rain. Day before yesterday, it rained, heavy rain. This morning, it rained, haba. What do we want? Are we expecting God to come from heaven? Anyway, the sustainability of agriculture in this country is for us to retrace our steps back to where we're coming from. For every home, you have a garden. Don't be a farmer. We're not saying be a farmer, excuse me. No, 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 no. But grow something. Grow something. From bitter leaf, so far God has blessed you with a piece of land. Do something to yourself. Because we're just saying the beginning. They are saying it is intentional for the food to be scarce. When it is intentional, are you ready to fight it? I am ready to fight it. I'm even fighting it. Because I don't buy most things that's in the market. If I list what I keep in my small house, you'll be shocked. I never studied agric in school, but because of the environment in which I grew up, influenced me, so you can eat year-round. So why are we doing this to ourselves? As our educational system must change. The elders, I'm not talking about the leaders now, the elders from 40 and above, please, let's have compassion towards these children. If not, one day they will carry gun and be shooting anybody with gray hair. I'm telling you, because the oppression is so much. And we're not even giving them life. They live it for living. We're not giving them. We're giving them wrong notion about Nigerian food. We have more than enough. Yoruba, I'm from Yoruba. The day I called my mom, she gave me over 35 vegetables that you can eat. How many of them know it? They say we have only a wedu and a four. Who says? And the same for the Igbos. Nigeria is so rich in food, in culture, but we destroyed it. Because one, we want to compare with the West. The West are there to destroy us. So let us get it into our brain. They are there to destroy us with whatever they give us. When they give us one, they will take 20. So we can be sustainable right from our houses, right from our schools. When we teach our children to touch soil. Now, when you tell somebody touch soil, oh, he's dirty. Now, if they bring dirty food and say it is 1 naira, 1 yam, won't everybody scramble for it? So we need to go back. There's safety in Nigeria when we eat good food. There's good health in Nigeria when we eat good food. There's sustainability in Nigeria if each house can start. If you don't have the land, put it in pot. I plant in pots. I eat it. It's good. So we need to stand up to it. The youth, I leave you with this. It's either I live in Nigeria to be happy or I continue to be a slave in another country. God bless you. Have a beautiful day.
Thank you so much for that beautiful presentation. Thank you. Please, a beautiful round of applause for her. While Madam Oluyinka was speaking, we are graced to have here with us Honorable Bridget Obi. Honorable Mrs. Bridget Obi, thank you for coming. Please, can we just have you here? And then just before anything else, can we have esteemed Professor Adams Adebayo, the CEO of African Foods and past chairman of Small and Medium Scale Enterprise, just for like 2 minutes. Then immediately after that, we'll take back Professor Joyce to give us her solutions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Standing on the system protocol, I've listened and listened very well. And the seal that the organizer of this program have put in advertising it and calling people, if they have put much of that in getting across to the government, it will have been much more better. Just the way they have introduced me, my name is Adams Olu Adebayo. I'm a professor of entrepreneurship from Western University in San Diego, that's California. And I equally represent University of Washington under the African Global Heads, which has given me a lot of opportunity in meeting a lot of people and listening to them. You see, just like what Madam Yinka Odukoya was saying, and I've listened to Chegun Adebayo and everyone that have spoken, including the researcher, which is the Professor Amua, they have all said it well.
You see, it is no longer that we are under colonialism. It is already here with us. They will give you free things, you will end up in having problems. And I keep on saying it. You are what you are what you eat. No matter what happened to you. They've given us, according to the UN, that the men live for 55, women 58. Are they God? They know what they are saying. They know you will not even live up to that if you keep on consuming what you are consuming. And when they said it, they quite understand what they are saying. It is just by design. If you look at it, in Niger State, in the eastern, that's the southeast, northeast, north central, southwest, they look at the beds where the food are coming from. And we have the insecurity and insurgency. It is by design. Just like what my Oga said, I'm the CEO of African Integrated Farms and Food. We have our farm at the border of Nigeria and Benin Republic. We grow 100% organic farm and food. We never sell it to Nigeria. Do you know why? We export from Benin. We are at the border. But because we are African food, we have the right equally to enter into Benin, another African country, by the charter of the African Union that we hold. We sell everywhere. We are in Nigeria, we are in Kenya, we are in Kigali in Rwanda, and we are in South Africa. These are the countries where we are. And we are doing very well. Purely organic products. And I tell you for free, if you want to live long, just look at the weather and ask from God, what is in it for me to eat? If you keep on eating processed food, you are reducing your year. Every year you are reducing 2 years out of your year. So if you are going to spend the next 40 years, just calculate 2 years from 1 year from that to 2 years you are living. Before you know, it is by design. When they say a man in Nigeria will live for 55, a woman for 58, that's a design. So what we need to do, if we don't want that one to work for you, is for you to eat, grow what you eat, and eat what you grow, and abandon whatever that comes from anywhere. God has created you to the part of this world, Nigeria especially. God has not made a mistake. You are the one you are looking for what is not, and that is a problem. At the age of 60, I still went back to school. They said, what do I went back to Nigeria College of Natural Medicine. And when I want to introduce myself, I was telling my medical doctor, I said, I'm an herbalist. She looked at me, I said, don't be scared. I'm an herbalist. And equally, I am also a naturopathic physician. In the last 8 years when I entered into this course, I studied in India, I studied in China, and I studied in America. So by the time I came back, I have over 800. I don't attend to young people. If you are less than 40, you don't come to my clinic. I don't have time for you. Go to General Hospital. But anybody that's above 40, I know as a man, you are equally prone to have the benign prostate enlarged. So I will give you a chance. If you are over 40 as a lady, you have to go and do your mammogram just to know that you are not having any form of cancer. So what I do in my clinic is to reverse whatever claims or whatever damage that the Western drug has done to you. I will give you agbo, and I will give you your normal food. If you are an Igbo man, I will say you are going. They told you because you are from the east that you should not take aku. I will take aku. You are having diabetes. I will take care of your diabetes. And on this note, let me just tell you the truth. And I know that the pharmacists and everybody in the whole world, if they are looking to us, they will say, this man, go and look for him, go and shoot him. The reason is that I'm only exposing them. Why do you say people have diabetes? Diabetes is not a problem. It's supposed to be a plus to everybody. What causes this? It's the glucose that you have in your carbohydrates. Well, if you have your glucose in your carbohydrate, it will enhance you and let your brain and everything work with oxidation. Then the issue is that God has created it. God is not foolish. He has given you pancreas that secretes 2 enzymes. One is glucagon, the other one is insulin. Whenever it's just a pure economies, if you have excess of something, then it will be very cheap. If you have it very small, look at now, dollar is hard, it's scarce. That is why people are running after it, because you have excess of sugar. The insulin that you are producing cannot be enough. What do? Eat the food that produces insulin, and you'll be okay. God has wired it there. If you are taking metformin, you will get up having a damaged kidney. Those are the things that I take care in my clinic. If somebody has gotten a damaged kidney, as long as you are still alive, if the 2 kidneys damaged, I'll reverse it. And people are looking at this, are you a wish? I'm not. Tell you stop eating this, start eating it. When you start eating it, let me give you one thing that is very common. Any season, any fruit that you see, eat it. That is the antidote of the problem. God bless you. Come and take your paper, come and take your mic.
Please, another round of applause for Prof. Thank you so much, sir. Okay, Dr. Joyce Brown is still waiting to give us her solution. She's giving us the way forward. Please, can we have Dr. Joyce Brown?
That would be soonest. All right, so my submission, like I was trying to round up with earlier, is it's high time that our government adopted and invested in agroecology. That is an agricultural system that can transform the whole food system. It's able to regenerate our ecosystems, revive degraded soils. Agroecology is proven to ensure optimum and stable productivity while assuring the consumption of healthy food for our growing population. At the same time, agroecology has very strong potential for climate change adaptation and mitigation. So it's high time we set up policies that would support agroecology, that would support smallholder farmers. That is the solution to food sovereignty and not the adoption of genetically modified crops. So I also wanted to mention that there is already an existing GMO-free Nigeria Alliance, if any one of us is interested in joining. It's a space where people, groups and individuals join their voices together to advocate against GM practices. So you can simply send an email to gmo3nigeria@gmail.org or joyce@homef.org. Thank you very much. I hope you could hear me. Oh, okay.
We heard you.
Thank you. I think they weren't able to hear me clearly from before.
Okay, so, Professor Joyce, please, we need you to start again. We need you to start again if you can hear us. Your audio was previously very muffled. So we need you to take your presentation, your concluding presentation again. Please take your conclusion.
I was saying that. Can you hear me now? Hello? Please confirm if you can hear me.
Yes, it's better now.
All right, thank you. So I said that to solve Nigeria's food insecurity problem is to address the root causes of poverty, the inflation, the conflicts, and gender discrimination. And also it is important to adopt and invest in agroecology, which is an agricultural system that can transform our food system by repairing ecological damage, ensuring stable and optimal productivity, building up biodiversity, as well as nutritional diversity, and increasing support for the smallholder farmers who currently produce over 70% of the food that is being consumed, and also address climate change. by ensuring adaptation and mitigation of food waste. So someone has mentioned earlier that currently we produce well enough. Some studies show that we produce more than double the amount of food that is needed to feed Nigeria's population. But most of it is wasted because there are no storage facilities, no processing facilities, no good roads or access to markets. So these are some things that the government should address, and we will have more food available to people, or people will have better access to food, right? So government should also increase support for farmers in terms of extension service. This system used to be very good in the past, but somehow there is less support, and farmers do not have adequate support in terms of practices that they can engage in to address current agricultural challenges. A lot has been said about natural approaches to pest invasions, to issues of droughts. There are solutions that our farmers, there are knowledge that farmers have that can address these issues instead of, adopting GMOs that we are not sure of their safety and that have been linked to so many problems already. So our call is for government to adopt and support agroecology, put up an agroecology policy, because it is very important, not just for assuring food security, but for climate change mitigation and adaptation. GMOs only attempt to address the symptoms of major underlying issues while increasing profit for their proponents. So the prices to pay in terms of ecological damage, loss of biodiversity, the health and economic implications far outweigh any momentary advantages that they may seem to have, right? And so it's important to consider the peculiarity of our agricultural system and adopt the right approach, which in this case is agroecology. And this will not only achieve or ensure food security, but more importantly, food sovereignty. So I also would like to mention that there's an existing alliance. It's called GMO Free Nigeria Alliance, where groups, organizations, and individuals come together with one voice to advocate against GMOs and for sustainable agricultural practices, which is agroecology, as we have mentioned. So if you're interested, come or Joyce at homef.org. That's Joyce at homef.org. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Joyce Brown, for your eminent contributions to this program. Thank you so much. Please, can we give her a beautiful round of applause for her contributions? I'm going over to organic farming as sustainable food solutions. So we're going to be hearing from Mr. Adesoji Saka. Mr. Saka? No, please, you have to sit down.
Okay. Good afternoon, panel of judges and the panelists. And it's a great pleasure to be with you today and to specifically talk about organic farming, a sustainable solution. Organic farming is a way of life, and it marries both livestock and crop production. If you have to do it successfully, and it is highly sustainable. Over the years, we've been able to grow poultry without vaccination, synthetic drugs, and even without using heat for them. And we only use local herbs and spices. Herbs and spices, they are so potent, so powerful. If you understand how to combine them, you will excel in poultry production and even in ruminants, goats, and husbandry and all those things. We use ginger, garlic, turmeric, cayenne pepper, neem tree, neem leaves, and these things. Once we combine them in certain proportion, we can get excellent results, very excellent results from growing those beds without having serious diseases. And the reason for the result is not far-fetched. When you take a particular herbs, for instance, the neem leaf or the dongoyaro, it has over 200 active ingredients. One of such is the Azadirachta indica. And it is a potent pesticide and also very high in antioxidants. Excellent for both plants and animals. To use them, we combine them with an intensifier. What is intensifier? Is a common herbs that you have around, the cayenne pepper. This is just the foundation of growing beds without synthetic drugs and using chemicals. The cayenne pepper, atashombo or bawa pepper, is an intensifier for any herbs when you combine it. Once you combine cayenne pepper with neem, it intensifies the potency of neem. If you combine with garlic, it intensifies the potency of garlic, ginger, and all the rest. So with this, you can sustainably grow your own birds without depending on even now very costly synthetic drugs. And the drawback from growing livestock with synthetic drugs comes from the fact that there's withdrawal period when they use chemicals. But believe me, you've been consistently dosing yourself with antibiotics when you consume chicken that are not grown synthetically. Chances are that you are dosing yourself with antibiotics, because I have so many farmers that grow their own beds with dose of antibiotics, and there are no withdrawal period for them when they sell that to the consumers. What that means is that you still have the residue of the active ingredient of the antibiotics in the chicken, and then you stir fry them, you do so many things to them, and then you consume those antibiotics without treating any disease. And you know antibiotics, bacteria build resistance. So when the need arises for you to start using antibiotics, you discover that the normal antibiotics will not be enough to handle the disease. So you need to go a bit higher. And then you start damaging some other organs that are not supposed to expose to a higher dose of antibiotics, and then you struggle seriously. So these are the drawbacks. For the conventional farmers, let me tell you, I'm just saying this for cucumbers alone, but there are all other crops. When a farmer grows cucumbers are very nutritious, and the pests also love them. But believe me, for that cucumber to get to you, that farmer will have used at least 5 different chemicals on these cucumbers. They are going to use fungicides, they are going to use herbicides, they are going to use pesticides in different doses, and they increase them every now and then if they are not getting results for them. And the pests that they use these antibiotics on normally do build up resistance against these chemicals. And once it happens, what the farmer normally does is to increase the dosage first. then he starts searching for even more powerful chemicals that he can apply. And plants are screeners of nutrients and chemicals. They store them for you. When you buy carrots, carrots will screen the soil for heavy metals. For everything that is in the soil, it will take it up and store it for you as well. So when you use chemicals on them, their stomatas and the leaves and everything will absorb all these things. And they store them in form of their food. If they are fruiting, if they are tubers, they store them for you. So you are dosing yourself, or the farmers is dosing you with residues of many of these chemicals they use in growing them. And so when you start consuming this food consistently, you begin to compromise your health in a very dangerous way. And that is why we are having diseases and so many issues. In the past, we don't have business with cancer. But these days, it is very rampant. And it's not far-fetched from the food that we consume. So what are the approaches that the farmers can do? We depend on growing food crops organically using microorganisms. So we use different kinds of microorganisms, the lactic acid bacteria, we use the Rhodopseudomonas, we use the IMO, indigenous microorganisms, and you can actually produce them yourself on the farm. You don't need expensive equipment to do this. Just rice wash, you are producing your rice wash and some molds around your farm. And those molds are from the trees that are falling down, the leaves of those trees that are falling down on the farm. You harvest them, you have those white molds under them, and you culture them with your rice mold, you have your lactic acid bacteria. Your lactic acid bacteria transport nutrients to your plants. So when you use them, you can multiply even 10-folds the productivity of your plant. You are going to have more harvest from those plants if you know how to apply it and how to use it. You know, so you will use also materials from immediate environment. Like I mentioned, the dongoyaro leaves. The dongoyaro leaves has diazadirachta indica, which is a natural pesticide. It's an antifeedant for pests. Once you spray it on top of the plant, the pests cannot feed on it. Even if they do, they will not be able to feed anymore and they die off. And then we make it even more potent by using hot pepper as pesticides. We use very hot pepper as pesticides, and even oil. Oil can serve as pesticides. Soap can serve as pesticides. It depends on how you want to combine and how you want to use them. And the beauty of it, like I said, is that the pests find it difficult to build resistance against these herbs because there are over 200 active ingredients. Unlike, for instance, when you have the malaria drugs that has 2 active ingredients. The malaria can, the parasite can build resistance against it because it has only 2 active ingredients to work on. But when you have turmeric, dongoyaro leaves, and you have like over 400 active ingredients, the pests or the bacteria will find it very difficult to build resistance against this. Then, nutrients. Instead of using chemicals like the salts of fertilizers, because most fertilizers are salts of various compounds. And so, if you desire nitrogen, you are going to get salts of some other compounds as well. And so, when you use those NPK on the soil, you also deposit those salts on the soil itself. And it kills the microorganisms in the soil. And there are billions of them. If you are able to do this for 3 seasons, you will have destroyed all the microorganisms and you will not be able to plant on that same soil again with that same chemical and you relocate to another farm. That is not sustainable. But for the organic farmer, we use chicken poo, the lactic acid bacteria I just mentioned, and microorganisms will build the soil. And you can remain on that same spot for many years to come. There were arguments that conventional is more cheaper to do. But let me tell you, when you introduce those chemicals and you destroy the soil microorganisms, and you can no longer grow on it again, you move to another farm to open up that area. You fall trees, you do so many things. But as organic farmer, we are still on the same farm, growing the same food, and we have those biodiversity, growing different crops, creating an ecosystem that works for the farmer. You know, the livestock, the microorganisms, the plants you grow, is that they are all ecosystem that needs to be cultured together. But when you monocrop, you grow only one crop alone, you open up the whole ecosystem for just one particular crop to dominate. And then you have the risk of crop failure. Because, for instance, tomatoes, total absoluta, once it comes in, it wipes out the whole farm. But when you grow tomatoes, you grow basil, you grow pepper, you grow okra, you grow varieties of crops on your farm, chances are that some of the pests, like we used to do companion crop, we can grow tomatoes, reduce the pest load on tomatoes by growing basil along with it. Because the pest of basil, we attack the pest of tomatoes for us. So automatically we have grown the enemies of our pests along with the tomatoes that we grow. So this system is just about being knowledgeable about what you are doing. So you will reduce the pest load on your farm by growing tomatoes and basil side by side as a companion crop. And also we have attractants to reduce the pest load on the farm itself. It's a fruit attractant. We produce them. We use several fruits, pineapple, pawpaw, mango, and all those things. After growing them, if you have a particular plant that you are growing, for instance, maybe pepper, and you have a particular pest, aphids and all the rest, feeding on them, and you want to reduce the pest load of aphids on that particular farm before you even go into the field, what you do is to produce these fruits, pineapple, banana, you grind them all together, and then you produce the particular plant that you want to control, the fruit. You add it to it, and you put the solution on the ground. All the pests of that pepper will be attracted to that place, and then the adult pests will be reduced significantly, and then you can have a leeway to plant and grow on the farm. So these are the styles that we use to reduce pest load on the farm, and then create even a more sustainable approach for organic farming. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Saka. We'll go back online. Mrs. Olushola Shuemimo is connecting from Germany. She'll be speaking to us on GMOs and food. She'll be speaking to us on GMOs and food security in Nigeria. Yeah. Is she live?
She's live. Can you hear me? Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. So, hello everyone. I'm glad to be joining you. I was privileged to be invited to BioFact, which is the World Exhibition for Organic Food. And it was an eye-opener because there were almost 3,000 exhibitors of organic food. At that exhibition, we had Uganda, we had Tanzania, we had, I think, Burkina Faso, and there's another country that I'm missing right now. Pity, Nigeria was not there, but I think there was a Nigerian company who was there. It's really humbling because we have everything that it takes. Some of the previous speakers had actually dwelt quite deeply on what it takes, and Nigeria has it. Ironically, 10 years ago when I was going to start an organic farm, people told me that it was not possible and I couldn't do it. I then met Mrs. Yinka Odukoya, who, when I visited, I was inspired because what she was doing right at the back of her house encouraged me. Then I also met Mr. Saka, who had just spoken, and they encouraged me because they made me realize that this is doable. 2 years into my organic journey, I met the first person who would speak to me about GMO. And all I asked her, in all the questions I asked this person, the answers she could give me were all the countries of the world where the Belinda Gates and where they had sponsored her to. And for me, it was like, what are we saying here? What is this lady saying? At that time, I had discovered that for organic to thrive in Nigeria, our soil is the priceless gift that has been bestowed on us from time immemorial. And it is unfortunate that while we are having to battle with conventional agriculture, which is encouraging the use of synthetic and chemicals, suddenly we woke up and GMO becomes what the country thinks is a solution. As we speak, Nigeria does not have an organic policy. Now, let's think back to the fact that our forefathers were practicing what you can still call today organic. Like Mr. Saka had said, there's so many natural things that we deploy to use. And you then wonder why we even went the way of having to rely on the synthetic fertilizer, which is actually also from chemical minerals and things like that. I remembered that when I started seeing the quality of the soil was when I knew that I had hit on the right spot. And it is not for nothing that one of the famous organic practitioners of very many years ago, I think it's Rodell, when he said it's healthy soil that makes healthy food, and healthy food makes happy people. The FAO recently, in their report, said that there's actually hidden hunger in Africa. And for us who practice organic, all that we strive to do is to increase the nutrients in the soil, because we know that that is the only way that you're going to get to eat healthy food. So if our synthetic input, our GMO, which actually does not even encourage biodiversity, either of the soil, the ecosystem, the nutrient cycle, I mean, we are going to lose so much through GMO. It's going to be like we were robbed of something that has been most precious to us. I'm happy that quite a number of the scientists have already given us such valuable information and the way forward. I want to align with Mrs. Odukoya by saying that for us to go back to the drawing board, as many of us as can should start looking into growing something at home. If you can't do it, go learn it. Because right now, like almost 80% of what we're consuming, we don't even know them. And then our markets are infiltrated with imported fruits, vegetables. You'll be surprised that quite a number of things we eat are not even grown in Nigeria, because Nigerian farmers are at home. They can't go out. Where I farm, many of them, their soil is gone. So quite a number of them are not even farming anymore. And that is a threat to our food security. So for us to move ahead, we need to say no to GMO, because GMO negates the very essence of wanting to live an organic lifestyle. And Nigerians deserve to have their health back. They deserve to eat well, and they deserve to live well. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much, Ma, for that wonderful presentation. Please, can we have Honorable Mrs. Bridget? Yes. If you're going to speak in from there. Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. I want to thank everyone here and the organizers of this lifetime project. I call it a lifetime project because it is timely and it's something that will help Nigeria and overcome some of the challenges we are facing right now. My name is Honorable Mrs. Bridget Obi. I'm a former commissioner for Women Affairs in Anambra State. But right now I'm a farmer. So I come from, I represent farmers here. I may not look for a farmer, but I'm a farmer. Farmers don't have moths all over themselves. You go into the farm, you come out to have your bath, you dress up, put your perfume, put everything you need. But one thing you get is that you get fulfillment and satisfaction that there is always food in the house and extra to sell. So this afternoon, I'll be talking on solutions. And what are the solutions that we have for Nigeria farmers to start putting food on our table again? Because it's something that they have done judiciously over the years. In the villages, especially if you come from farm communities, those that live by the rivers, Niger, Benue, and other lakes in Nigeria, you see that there's always food. The problem is, how do we preserve? How do we preserve it so that we don't have all the waste during harvest time? But another thing I will want to say is that, what is the plan? What is Nigerians' plan for agriculture? Because if we do not have a plan, we will continue to fail. Fortunately, in 2008, I was a member of Vision 2020, Agric and Food Security. And in that year, 2008, during Yaradua era, Nigerians were assembled in Abuja to be able to have envision something for Nigeria till the year 2020. And I believe that if we had responsible government that knows that vision do not stop because there is a baton from one political party to another, then they can never take Nigeria to become a dream country that will come our own. If you go to developed countries, those documents, for example, the 2020 vision was a document for Nigeria, and it was designed by Nigerians. I am one person, I would say that I was part of that vision. Even though that they dismantled everything, I followed that vision. And I went back from Abuja back to the village to become a farmer. And today, I would say that being able to do that wasn't a very, very small decision. But today, I come up again to say what I have been or what I have seen that are the challenges for agriculture, because I have grown over nearly 10 years that I've been in different crops, from rice, cassava, vegetables, value addition, packaging, even now we are in exports. So from learning how to grow, I learned how to do value addition, how to package, and today our products are in supermarkets, our products are, in UK, our products, many Nigerians that live abroad, they order from us and they eat from whatever we are able to do, because they can actually vouch and say that this product is a Nigerian product. This product has no addition. If I say that this is organic, it is organic. If I say that it is locally produced, we did not add anything. And when you eat it, you also know that good food is, that when you eat well, you don't need to go to hospital. Then what we know is that if you don't eat your food as your medicine. If you don't eat food as medicine, you eat medicine as food. So what do you eat? What do you actually eat? From your pot, you can eat life. And from your pot, you can eat devastating sicknesses. And you'll be calling witches and wizards and people that are in the village and calling fire all over the place. But it was from your kitchen and your pot. So what am I saying is this. So we don't have a plan. Nigeria will start something. When government comes, they discard. They bring out their own. People make money from it. They discard. So their focus is just to make money. They make money from farmers. They make money from whatever. But today, it is biting us. So what are the solutions? First of all, I have this NGO, Children of the Farmers Club. So I believe that if you go to villages, they're all aged people. And these old men and women are getting tired. They can't go far. So we need younger people that will take off agriculture. It is not magic. If we do not have a generation that will become farmers, young people, retired people, but still educated people should actually leave the city to go to the village, just like I did. And today, I have millions in my account as a farmer. So I'm not begging anybody. Let Nigeria go hungry. Me, I have yam. Last year, I planted about 2,000 yams. This year, my cassava is over 10 hectares. So I eat my food, my mango, everything. It's just, God loves us so much. Nigeria is overblessed. The only thing is that we try to live in flats, spend all our years in flats, in one room. People do not want to leave a room and go to a place they can have acres of land and take fresh air, have birds sing. Take go from the farm, take okra from everywhere, eat and dance, and relax. Thank God that there's always if you want to watch your CNN, even in the village, it is there. I don't know if you people clap or it doesn't make sense. So what I want to say is that, first of all, is that we have to focus on younger generation that will take over, because at the time, they will put naira in a pot to cook. You remember during the COVID, one man brought all his dollars, his pounds, and everything, and he put it into the pot and he started to stir, because we had all the money, but there was no food. And I still see a generation, no matter whatever we are seeing today, if we do not go down to schools to tell people that agriculture is number one, our God is a farmer. If God did not plant the garden, he planted the garden, he made sure there was food before he created man. So why would man now think that God was foolish? You can make all the money, build all the houses, but if you don't eat one day, you will stagger and nobody can raise you up. So food is very, very important. Number one is food, because it's even through the food that we can have a healthy body, the energy to even function. Without food, we cannot function. Then what has been, because I believe that Nigeria has always had excess food, because our land produces much, even without fertilizer. I come from Ogbaru. If you people know, we live by the river Niger. During flood, the flood will come and cover our soil and remove all the debris. Immediately the flood goes, till the soil, 2 months, everything is green. Anything. You don't even need the fertilizer, nothing, because naturally our soil is enhanced during every rainy season and flooding. So, you see, we have a lot of issues in hand. One is the issue of insecurity, where farmers have been chased out from their communities, from their lands. They will do the planting, people will come and set it on fire. Those people are the enemies of this nation. They are the greatest enemy. Those that chased our farmers out and occupied the forest. In exchange, instead of having food in the forest or in the farms, it is ransom. And we are paying it. And because we are paying it, we think it's going to stop. It's not going to stop, because that is their own oil well. So the farmers has fled. They are outside they are in the ID camps. They can't go to farm. So if they don't farm, what are you going to do? It shows that it is real. It's not about going to open any warehouse. Not at all. We have to look for solution, and a sustainable solution for that matter. Another thing that you also see that have affected the farmers since 2012 was the flood. They will tell us that the Kayinji, one dam from Cameroon, and they released water, and the water came and destroyed everything. In my community, for example, in the two previous years, last 2 years, do you know, even every hen, the local hen will fly, and when it drops inside water. The goats, all the domestic animals, you can't even talk about the yam and everything was lost. They lost their houses. They lost every livelihood, and they ran. And then when they come back to the community, in fact, when they run and government gives them a place to stay, they can only take care of them while they were there, maybe giving them 1 meal. Immediately, the flood subsides. You are on your own. You carry your children, go back to a place where there is no home, there is no clothing, there is no food, there is no cassava stem, there is no seedling, nothing, and we just leave them. When we leave them like that, how can they go back the following year? How can they go back the following year? They need money. They need seeding. They need to start. It's just like somebody who has a shop at Alaba and fire gutted it. How can the person start without a new capital? Without somebody knowing that this sector of people are very, very important. It is time we look at our farmers as the greatest asset. Because without farmers, there's no food. Without farmers, there's no industry. Without farmers, there's no medicine. Without farmers, that everything is about the farmer. So the number one citizen of Nigeria is a farmer. Not Senate president. Not elected members. They are just, they may eat Uyibo rice until they start eating plastic rice. But I trust our rice. It is sweeter. The aroma. Cook a local rice. And wherever you are, you will know that rice has aroma. Eat it without anything. Put oil and salt. And you will belly full. So what are we saying? So the flood had affected our farmers. Many of them no insurance. Many of them nobody came back, no loan. Even when they want to give, federal government will carry zinc. Take to the state government. State government, in that place, in the warehouse, they will steal everything. They will steal everything because we are specialists in stealing at any level. There's no sympathy for that person that those things came to. So we are not sincere. And a country that is not sincere, we just have to turn a new leaf of loving Nigeria, loving our people wherever they are, whatever contribution somebody makes. No, the mechanic is very important. The carpenter is important. Even the cleaner is very, very important. That removes trash is very, very important. But the greatest of all is that farmer who tills the ground to be able to make us live. So what is government going to do? Because as a farmer, during the time of additional, there was this government subsidy that was being given. People were given, fertilizers, they were given seeds, and they were given some of them were given equipment. You can have tractor. Why can't government give tractor to the farmer? Or provide or give us the money or loan us? Because if I have about 5 hectares of land and I don't have tractor, do you know that for that tractor, that 5 hectares of land, for me to be able to cultivate it, in the next 2 months, men will be going there. I will be cooking every day, paying them daily, cooking their food. By the time I finish that business, I wonder what I will take back. But that is something tractor can do in 2 days. It brings down the cost of production. So without tractorization, no young person is going to farm because they cannot carry hoe. Me, I'm doing it because I can afford to use tractors. I can't carry, what did you call it, hoe, to go and do using hoe. And even when you use hoe, by the time you finish, you cannot break even because it is not cost effective. So we need things. We need there's a lot of smart technologies. Many of them will still go to India when we have local fabricators because our people also want to import so that they can make money. Everything is about money. Even their stomach is about making money. I know that there are people around that can fabricate these things. We have engineers. Let us equip schools, technical schools, technical colleges, everything is no more BSc. I believe that when you go abroad, you know that their manpower is technically based. It is only those that formulate policies that go for degree. So, there's so much to say, but what I say is that, like in my own zone, Anambra State or the Southeast, you see, the cost of holding Nnamdi Kanu has made us to lose all our forests. Because the youths now, they are there. They have, so that, for example, there's this World Bank project that we had. It was about more than 100 hectares of land for rice. And we have irrigation. But they are there. And they chase the people that are using the irrigation. By the time you know it, they started losing all the water facility, they start selling them. All those things, everything now is now, what do you call it? People that go and buy scrap, they now took them off and sold them as scrap. So who is deceiving who? When people are crying, when something comes up, the people must be considered. Nigeria, it is time for us to actually look at what are the causes. The ones we will reduce, let us rise up and stop it. So that we will know those that are our enemies. And those that we are able to bring upon ourselves. So, with all these things, I will not stop. But I also say that the planting of trees is the greatest asset. It has a lot of advantage. Have 20 mango trees, have oranges. In fact, the other day I was in the compound. This new German mango has started coming out. When I picked, immediately I brought it, they washed it, did it into juice. Come and see how sweet this juice is. And you can say how sweet this God is. Because how many years? Every season, in and out of season. So we are blessed. One thing is that Nigerians don't even think that when they take fruit, they have eaten. So they'll say, I haven't eaten since morning, but they don't chop mango, chop a banana, chop everything. It's still safe because he never eats apple. He will say, or gari, or rice. He say he never eats. Those ones are also food, and they are money making. So there's plenty of advantage. Today, go and plant a tree. Not the ones that your great-grandmother planted, because even those days, all the men do is just to fell the trees. They want to make everywhere to be houses. We want to live in houses without trees. How healthy is such an environment? Even those that have snow. Go to UK now. If you go there during autumn, everything is dried. But they intentionally planted trees because they know that tree is life. They get their oxygen there and also the environment. So, in conclusion, we have to start by looking into schools. Let us have agricultural school clubs. Be intentional about that. Let them, even now, you can plant most things in bags. So even if they don't have land, teach them to plant in bags. The schools at the local level, let them have something, let the local government or something have, have fairs. Because sometimes they have to have competition. At the end of every farming season, you have fair. Like this place, schools will come, have what they have, their harvest, and you give people laurels, give them award, it means nothing. But it encourages them because it knows that those little efforts actually helps. The teachers of agriculture too. Everybody want to do ICT. Abi? Because that is where the money is. But can we eat the money from ICT? No. We still need people that will be in that sector providing. The job is divided. Everybody has his own job. But the greatest of all the job is our food security, our stomach. Thank you so much. Those that made this possible for me to be here. Because by 9:30, I'm still in my bed in Onitsha. And Shegu called me and said, you are coming to Lagos. I said, no. Because I already have other things I've already engaged myself to do for today and tomorrow. But because I am very passionate, I'm a farmer. I come from a farming community. I went to school. I've traveled to UK, traveled to America, traveled everywhere. But today, I live in the village. I am 67. And because I eat natural food, I don't look it. So join me, join me and eat the real mama food. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mommy. Thank you very much, Ma. That was very inspiring. You know, when she said, everybody wants to do IT while leaving farming, right? You know, mommy was talking to me directly because I studied forestry and wildlife and then I ventured into IT. But I'm back. I'm back. Thank you very much, mommy. Mommy said IT farming. Thank you very much, Mom. We're just going to take some comments from our viewers online. And if you're watching online, keep sharing the link. We have 3 more speakers to go before we go. And we have so many more insightful things to learn in this event. And I'm going to take a comment here. It says, we need this information. Ajayi Adeyemi says, we need this information outside. Some of us are activists that we need collaboration. And this message goes directly to the organizers of this event. The next one says, thank God I didn't miss this event, even though I couldn't make it to the venue. These are histories and secrets worth knowing. And that's from Udam Gabriel Akume. Then we have official Teddy Ter. He says, I want to appreciate the organizers for this eye-opening stride. I used to have a strong conviction that crops from GMO were questionable due to seed restrictions, measures of the seeds, and companies. All right, thank you very much for that. Then we have from Sani Danladi Yadakwari. He says, all hands must be on deck to tackle the issue. Otherwise, due to the issues of this insecurity, farmers unknowingly accept the GMO seeds to increase their yield. So we have a lot of work to do. And the first work you have to do is to share the link to this event so that more people can participate online. And then we have a question from Joy Fidelis. She says, thank you, dear organizers. But let me ask, is this forum looking at governmental policies and activities, international treaties and conventions that are enemies to organic agriculture in Nigeria? And I'm very certain that in the closing remarks from Professor Christopher Gamoa, he's going to shed more light on this. I'll take that again. It says, thank you, dear organizers. Let me ask, is this forum looking at governmental policies and activities, international treaties and conventions that are inimical to organic agriculture in Nigeria? And I'm very certain Prof would look at that when we are giving our closing remarks. Yes. Oh, I'll forward that to you. All right, thank you very much. Then someone says, God bless the organizers. In fact, I'm getting a lad in my village urgently for farming. Thank you very much for that. You've inspired Samuel Ohifo to do that. And we have a comment from Jerry Adams. Jerry says here that genetically modified soya beans or corn fed to mice and rats, combination of 19 studies, significant organ disruptions, livers and kidneys, and many issues with the genetically modified food. And that's part of the things that we're talking about here today, to shed more light on this topic to both our audience in the studio and our audience out there in the world. Now, in rounding up, we're going to have comments from 3 more of our speakers. We've heard a lot of amazing conversations today from a very enlightened school of speakers. And at this point, we're going to take a message from, in just about 2 minutes, from a very prolific farmer in Nigeria. And he's done so much in farming and in research also. And he has a lot of work currently going on in advancing the production of high-yield seeds and much more in Nigeria. Please let's make welcome Segun Drojaye Phillips in 2 minutes. Thank you. Thank you very much. From where you're sitting, you can just take that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Wow. It's like I actually copied Professor's notes. Everything I penned down to discuss, Professor already talked about everything. But I will just briefly, somebody asked a question the other time that there is a claim that GMO seeds produce more yield than the natural seed and can potentially end global hunger. So I will just answer the question and I will drop the mic. Now, Professor will bear me witness that the basic principles of genomics and molecular genetics tells us that the genetically modified crops and animals cannot deliver on the promises they have made to us, that there is higher yield, robust resistance to pathogens and diseases. They cannot deliver to us. What genetically modified organism does is they manipulate a gene or few genes in the natural organism itself. But to deliver this higher yield, robust disease resistance and pest resistance, it is a combination of a gene family. It's a combination of a gene family to get this result. So the propaganda that genetic or genetically modified organisms can end global hunger is false. It's false because there is no scientific evidence that gene editing can do this. And only natural breeding can bring about the large combination of genes to bring out this complex traits of higher yield, drought resistance, disease resistance, and pathogen resistance. So for the want of time, I would just like to stop here by answering that question. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, next, just a very quick one. We have Dr. Amaka Adekoya.
Thank you very much, and good day to the conveners and the organizers of this program. I'm supposed to speak very briefly about the role of medicine as regards the GMO foods. One of the things that I wanted to emphasize was most of the information available on GMO foods has two sides. You would find those that are for it and those that are against it. But one thing we will all understand is everything rises and falls on policy and legislation. Many of the people that have talked about laws that have been passed that are already in existence that some of us were not aware of. And I'm asking, where is the research? Where is the localized research in our climate? How many of our health workers and our specialists were called in to research on the long-term implication of these foods before laws were passed? You know, it's one thing to use an insecticide. It's another thing to spray an insecticide in a room and decide to sleep in it. If you will not do that, then you're not likely to want to eat food that has been soaked in an insecticide and your hands are tied. So the power of choice is needed. But you see, to drive that choice, we need to push for homegrown research, our own research, to fight the data. Because when people present data and you say it's a fait accompli, we say no. It has to be localized. There are studies that have to be done. There's research out there that says the foods are linked to increased levels of allergenicity, increased antibiotic resistance. And I say, okay, before you force it on people, can we see the homegrown research that says this food is actually good for people in this climate and is better than what we already have? So that's my own first contribution. Then the next thing I would like to say is there's supposed to be regulatory agencies that decide what we should be allowed to eat. In the news, you hear different types of things about what these regulatory agencies are doing to combat fake drugs, for example. Now I'm saying we are calling on them as regards food. Most of these GMO foods, a lot of our panelists have said you cannot tell the difference between the GMO seeds, the hybrid seeds. It is what they tell you it is. Now we are saying that we want the legislation to be passed and insisted upon in our country. It must be labeled what it is. We cannot be manipulated into eating what we do not want to eat. Because many people have said you are what you eat. It is actually true. And even if they don't label it GMO, if the GMO-based food constituents were used to produce a food, we should be able to say we want or we don't want it. If you will not tie down a patient and force drugs into his or her mouth, then you really shouldn't be forcing foods down people's throats that they don't want to eat. So we just want to have the research on ground. We also want the right to choose. When we have to pick a food item, we should know you made that choice to pick that food type, and then it's okay. Then the last thing I want to talk about is that you are what you eat. You can choose to eat right. So even if you do, the foods are not labeled, you don't really know how to pick them, just go for what you can vouch for, what you understand. If it's too good to be true, it's too good to be true. One of the meetings we had, they said if the shelf life of the food type is beyond what is natural, then it's not what you should be eating. So I said how to reduce your exposure. Read the food labels. When you go into the shops and you're buying, take the time to read it and look at exactly what it is you want to consume. Most people that have children will tell you children go for things that are shiny. They want it to be shiny, they want to be crackly, but look at it. If it is not the healthier food option, you don't have to buy it. Because many of these GMO-based constituents are used to make processed foods. They are attractive, they look nice, but are they really healthy? So look at the food labels of what you are eating, and then when it comes to what your family is eating, decide to go for healthier food options. If you make it at home, it's more likely going to be more healthy than if you have to order it. Because what you order, you did not make. The person is not bound by the regulations that you have in your home for going for the healthier food option. So if you can cook, and make sure it's healthy for you. And the last thing is cut out as much as is possible the amount of ultra-processed food that you are eating, because some of these GMO-based things are used to make the oils. They are used to make the preservatives. The processing of some of these processed foods is linked to the GMO process. Anyway, I was telling my colleague that you might have even eaten it, you don't know. So as much as is possible, go for what is healthy, natural, adjust your diet, and let's push for research that is localized and that we can argue about. Thank you.
Thank you so much, esteemed Dr. Amaka. On a lighter note, when we had our speakers speaking earlier on the GMO foods, when we served our lunch, the lunch we gave to the media people, some of them started asking, I hope they are not GMO foods. That's to tell you the level of awareness we are creating. Please, a beautiful round of applause for ourselves. Thank you. Just a very quick one. We're going to have Dr. Abimbola Segun Soyode for just a few minutes, 2-3 minutes. It's fine. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for inviting me. Thank you so very much. And thank you for the organizer. Well, I think we have done justice to the landscape of GMO food. But I would like to just make a few comments. And that comment has to do with everyone's input. There's no way we can actually stop what is being engineered and what also Nigeria has adopted without everybody's input. So I'll take it from two perspectives. So let's take it that the food already, the GMO food has been introduced into the agricultural cropping in the country, but without anybody or the farmers accepting it, without them endorsing it, without them accepting to put it into the soil and produce its kind, it will not go far. So that's, for me, is what I think we should educate our farmers, because there's no scientific evidence to say that everything that GM foods or crops will do can actually be justified. And for the fact that it was not piloted and there's no empirical study from any research institute to confirm the benefit that was claimed to our citizens, I don't think we should give it enough room of acceptance. Then the last one falls into two. One is what some of our speakers have more mentioned. Everybody has to go to one form of farming or the other. We have what we eat. So whether we like it or not, nutrition says you have what you eat. So if you eat what is not right for you, it's a matter of time. You become exactly what you ate. But if you eat right, surely it will tell on you because you are what you ate. So I will do the second part of that agricultural perspective to it is also to look into, we have government. Our government are doing so much. There's so much claims, so much promises. But every time I look at it, I do not see sincerity as much. And I think what we should do is to add much sincerity to what we do. If we say we want to go into organic farming, no evidence has shown that our land is not good enough. No evidence has shown that our food is not good enough, that are scientific. So the question should be that we don't have enough. Is the enough we don't have, is it planned? Is it orchestrated? Or is there manipulations to discourage farmers? And what other investment is government making towards adopting agriculture beyond what I would call the farmers? Every household, if we actually require this radical change in this country, every household should go into farming. And what that means is that we have a whole lot of school leavers, graduates who are on the street doing nothing. If the government is sincere, incentivize them to drop their will. What is their will? They want to get blue-collar job, they want to do other things. But if we incentivize them enough, they will drop their will to go after blue-collar jobs. They will enroll to different agri-farming opportunities that are available. And in so doing, the capacity of what is produced will be a bumper. It will be increased. And then the food also that will be at the output of all the innovations, the technology, the human capital, the rights, organic seedling, everything will culminate to having enough food in our society. And I'll put a stop to this at this point in time. Let's put sincerity to whatever we say we believe. God bless you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Abimbola, for that. And of course, we're rounding up, but we still have a lot of information coming to you in the closing minutes for this event. Okay. We still have a lot of information coming to you in the closing minutes, but we have a very interesting development. We're having Dr. Philip Njemanze. He's coming back for his closing remarks. There's some very salient points that he needed to drop, and we're going to have him back. All right. But then again, we have some very wonderful persons in the audience, in the studio, and we want to take some studio reactions at this time. We want to invite one or two farmers in the studio to tell us, to give us just a minute, situation reports, tell us about what's going on in your farms and how is the current agricultural landscape, how is it affecting what you're doing and what more can we do? So in just 30 seconds and a minute, let's hear from some of our farmers in the studio. So let us welcome farmer, is it Mr. Ofama? Mr. Ofama? Okay, so please, you're welcome. Come to the stage. Thank you. So you introduce yourself, tell us about...
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Sir Asma. Standing on existing protocols, I would like to thank the organizers of this event for organizing this. This is a very great initiative. My name is Anu Adekoya. I'm the former PRO of Berigbe Piggery Estate Farmers Association, and I'm also supporting as the acting PRO for pig farmers in Lagos State and Southwest. I remember first, this program is very, very timely and a welcome development because we have a lot of farmers who believe in these same visions, but because their voices are not loud enough, it's being suppressed. Yes, like one of the speakers mentioned earlier, I had a similar situation in 2020 during the COVID-19 era. Similar situation happened in the farm sector. I don't know how many of us heard about ASF, which caused a lot of havoc in the piggery sector. They said it was $3 billion, but it was worth more than $6 billion that was lost. He said something about natural pesticides and way of treating out these things. We found out that these drugs that were being pushed out to us were actually affecting the immune systems of these animals. But along the line, because of experience, and I noticed that the Israeli style of education, we encourage you to challenge the status quo rather than just swallow everything that is being given to you. I noticed out of research, I just found out that instead of taking these drugs and injections that was causing these things, why not go natural? I decided to do some research with the dogoyaro leaf, like you mentioned, ginger. So as he was talking, I could resonate with it, and I was like, wow, this does the same situation. Picking up dogoyaro leaf, moringa leaf, ginger, garlic, pepper, mixed up these things together. Instead of giving them those other drugs that were weakening their immune system, I put up all these things together into their food. And I noticed that after a while, there was nothing like sickness. Throughout that period, I didn't lose any animals. It attracted the attention of the Ministry of Agriculture. They came in, do their verification, and at the end of the year, I was being awarded the best farmer because I could manage the situation. But when the people from the other side came in, they were doing the interrogation and everything. I said, what you tried out didn't work. What I tried out worked. So which one can you talk about? At the end of the much debate, one of the vet doctors themselves said, see, this guy did it. We investigated everything. So what are you saying? So with more of the programs like this, we have to gather our people together and give those voices, because we found out that you found out the wrong people, you hear grants. Those who are on their side, you hear one person has received 15 award recipients. Grant on what? Where is the farm? Along the line, in the street, we call them audio farmers. Okay, what is giving you this kind of money? Show us the evidence. Nothing to show about. So thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am, for this program. We hope to have more of this and encourage our people to participate. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. It just shows that the practices that have been on, the age-long practices, have not been wrong. Like I said in my presentation, we met the earth here. There is no new earth. It's the same earth that we have been farming for 5,000, 6,000, 7,000, all the thousands of years. It's the same land, and of course, like the Word of God says, the Bible says, as long as the earth exists, seed time and harvest shall not cease. And we're going to welcome at this point Dr. Onjemanze back to the stage. So he's going to be screaming from where he is. Thank you very much, Doctor. You're back. And we want your closing remarks at this time. Thank you, sir.
There's what is called the Kissinger maxim. I don't know whether you're familiar with that. It is control the food, control the people. So the whole idea is to control the food. And why do they want to control the food? If you control the food, you can immediately tell people, if you do not give your eggs, your ovarian eggs for cloning, we will not give you the seed. That's why they are using GMO seed. So what they want to do is to capture the African woman to give her eggs first for cloning. So that's the whole program you are seeing is just unveiling before us. As a scientist, I understand their whole steps that they have to take to make this happen. But the story now is that the media who have come here should go and know they have great creativity to break this down to our people who will force the government to actually take alternative steps. Thank you very much to the organizers and all the media people present, and we continue to illuminate in this dark world of ours. Thank you very much.
As Dr. Onjemanze has he has opened the floor for the closing remarks. He has given us the first closing remarks for today. And we are currently rounding this up. And at this point, I would like to welcome to the podium to, just speak with the panelists we have here, our speakers. I would welcome our convener, Dr. Christopher Amoa. Let's welcome you to the podium. And then you to lead the panel through the closing remarks. So you would first begin and then begin to lead the panel through the closing remarks. In just 30 seconds, a minute, yes, we can begin to round this thing up with our various panelists. So, Professor, you could come to the podium. Thank you so much, sir.
Just to round up, right? Okay, thank you. Once again, I'd like to thank all our speakers for taking our time to honor this invitation and for speaking words into the future of Nigeria, into the future of Africa. So at this moment, I also want to thank all of you in the audience, and especially the media people, for giving us coverage up to this moment. Now, in closing, I would like us to have our last words. I mean, what do you, based on your viewpoints, from your angle of presentation today, what can you tell our audience, what can you tell us? Because in essence, we are trying to converge, to have a kind of a consensus, to draw up the message. So what message are you giving us? So I'll begin with, from a very far distal end, I hope you have a microphone there. Can you tell us your final words? What would you say to our government? What would you say to our consumers? What will you say to our farmers? What will you say to all the stakeholders?
the value of human lives outweighs the commercial benefits behind the pseudoscience. The value of human lives, the health status, nutritional status of every human outweighs the commercial values. So in this regard, we should be able to insist on what true science provides. All we have known is traditional farming, and all it has provided us is adequate nutrition, and we stick with what we know. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's put our hands together for him. Oluwaseyi, let's hear your word.
Thank you, sir. We said in the presentation earlier that there are over 500,000 hectares right now being farmed and used as pilot for a lot of GMO seeds in the same north where farmers are not allowed to, do their thing. Under the watch of our government and AFDB, we want to trust their motives. We don't want to believe that this is an attempt at colonizing us again or taking away our food sovereignty. Let them come clear. Jigawa, Kano, Katsina, and about 3 other states are farming over 500,000 hectares of GMO seeds right now, and they are recording, in quote, great results. Whereas all of the farmers, all the way from Oyo to Borno, through Benue and everywhere else, cannot go to the farm in the same Nigeria that we're in. What is the problem really? Are the bandits, are the terrorists sleeping where it concerns the field trials for their GMO seeds while they're only awake to chase our farmers away? We need to have that conversation and answer those questions and come to the end of the problem.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Put your hands together for him. Good questions. Yes, Honorable Mrs. Bridget Obi.
Thank you once again. And I will conclude by saying that insecurity has caused so much on the food scarcity we are having because our farmlands has been taken over. So I think that government should actually look at the causes of the insecurity zone by zone. Those ones that they can be negotiated, let it be negotiated and let them free our forests so that we can return back to farm. Secondly, Nigeria has excessive land mass. We cannot be talking for countries that don't have land, and even with their own land, the climate is so hazardous for them. The snow covers their land. If they are doing GMO, Nigeria has land, Nigeria is green, Nigeria has the human resource, Nigeria has everything to feed ourselves and feed the world.
Thank you.
So, and feed the world with healthy food. Because go to the villages, people are living 100 years and above, and they don't take medicine. And that is because of the food that they eat. Let us also look at replacing aged farmers with the younger people.
Thank you.
Agriculture is business. If you're a farmer, you are highly engaged. You make your money. Don't be a farmer and say that you have no job.
Thank you, ma'am.
Until we look at agriculture as a business, as an employment, then those that are doing it will continue to run away and want to go to England by sea. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Yeah, that's a very strong message to all stakeholders, and particularly the young ones, to take seriously.
Here we're going to advise the government. My take to the government is let them have compassion. Let them have compassion for the people. Because when you have compassion for your people, you provide the basic amenities. The farmers are working. I'm a practicing farmer. I know what we had gone through as a family. And if the infrastructures are there, I'm telling you, the farmers will surpass what we even expected from them. That's to the government. They know. Our government know. But I would just say, please be compassionate to the people. It's not all about love. Don't love us. Just be compassionate. Have the feelings for us. Give us the basic, we're not asking more, basic amenities. For the farmers, don't let anybody, what will I say, take that grace from us. God has blessed us. Nigeria is a blessed country. Is really blessed. We don't need all the fertilizers to destroy our land. What we need is on the farm, is in the ground. I'm telling you. If we continue with this and people want to know, we will teach them the organic system. We have to go back to take our culture, to take our lifestyle, to take what God has given us back, to take everything. Our seeds, they are good. We don't need any other seeds. Let's preserve our seeds. And to the consumers, please know what you're eating. What you put into your mouth is what takes you. And I can say it categorically that when you eat well, the doctor will be looking for you. You don't need the doctor.
Thank you. Thank you.
God bless you.
Thank you. And finally.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Yeah. Okay.
My advice to fellow farmers, if you want to consider farming good, choose organic farming system. Remember, if you are using chemical, you are the first to be exposed to those chemicals. And so you destroy yourself first before you destroy others. So make sure you choose organic farming system in any endeavor you are doing, because it helps. You are not only helping yourself earth-wise, but you are growing quality food for your neighbors and your environment. For the government, policymakers, they need to invest in training of farmers. Farmers need finances, holistic support, not political support, unquote. You need to finance the real farmers, give them money, give them tools, so that they can work. GMO has never solved any problem anywhere. Instead, it has caused problem all over India and the Asian continent. And you don't want GMO in Nigeria. Thank you.
Yes, put your hands together for him.
And my final words goes to you who's watching this broadcast. Become an activist on this. Talk about it. Share it. Join conversations online. Do your own research and ensure that you keep talking about this, keep sharing it. Become an active participator in conversations, because the more content that you have against this movement, then the more we'll succeed. The more you have social awareness, the more you are steering public opinion in the right direction. And also, I have a word to our researchers. If your research is funded, they shouldn't fund the outcome. They can pay for the research, but they shouldn't pay for the results. Let your results from your research be honest. Think about the lives of people that are at stake. Think about the value of the lives, who they could become. But then when they eat these things, that life is cut short. Because we've learned here today that the more food you eat, the better your health will be. So when you're feeding the population and shortening their life, you're cutting down people's dreams and their purposes, and they won't be able to realize the full potentials of what God brought them to earth to do. So to our researchers, please take note. Take note and don't falsify research results, because you need to dance to the tune of whoever funded the research. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And I'd like to conclude with these disconcerting questions. And I'd like you to listen to them carefully. Industry domination over biotechnology, the tools that are used for genetic engineering has given rise to a lot of secrecy. As important as what people eat is, it is shrouded in a lot of secrecy under the guise of patents and property rights. And the lack of public input, because even as ordinary as legislation or most things are considered, whatever is going to be pushed to have a population-wide impact must necessarily require input from that population. There is undue influence over we scientists and researchers in the guise of research grants and publication protocols. And to some great extent, government and government functionaries are unduly influenced, induced, lobbied to take into their nations outcomes, commercial products of food that are brought from where they don't have any idea of. And I think it's important for us, the general population, to take into account these 5 disconcerting questions about GMOs. Number 1, there are ethical and moral and religious concerns. These, our governments, our public, our consumers need to take into account. What are the moral concerns? What are the ethical concerns? Number 2, there are agricultural, ecological, and environmental concerns that were raised here today. I think it is treasonable to sweep those concerns under the carpet. Number 3, some of our speakers raised economic and social policy concerns. Are we mortgaging our economic sovereignty through these GMOs that multinational corporations are bringing? Number 4, there is a huge concern or question of food safety, nutrition, and health. Are there sufficient population-wide trials, blind trials? Are there sufficient tests to validate the safety of these foods and food products? And finally, I will conclude with where I started, consumer concerns. The consumers need to be taken into account and to be taken seriously. It's enough of the bullying. The population did not vote the government to bully them. The population voted the people, the leaders into governance to protect them. And I want to, in all sincerity of purpose, announce that for us at CEPSA, and for what I can glean from the presentations here, we are appealing to government and people in authorities, people in regulation, to take the voices of the people seriously, not to just sweep these things under the carpet. They should not look at consumers who are raising questions as antagonistic to government policies, but they should look at these questions as genuine concerns that border on not just food security, but on national strategic national security. I want to conclude by thanking you all for coming, and also promise that as we started by introducing in the morning, this is just the beginning of a journey. we're looking forward to taking up a follow-up symposium in the city of Abuja, where we will speak closer to government and to those who are seated in power, because we look at CEFSA as progressive partners with governments to advance national food security and food safety and agricultural research. Thank you, and thank you, and thank you. And God bless you.
A beautiful round of applause once more. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. It has been an interesting conversation since morning. And on behalf of the center once more, we want to thank every one of us that had time to come here today to participate in this conversation. And most importantly, we want to thank our partners for this engagement. We thank you and we thank you. Let's do it again. I said something earlier. I said this is one of the engagements we will have. After the meeting, we'll just march to Aso Rock with a placard to end GMO food now. I'm sure we see that happening in the nearest future. Please, sorry that we took your time, and I'm sure that we didn't just waste your time for anything. You had a lot of conversation that made a whole lot of sense to you today. Please, can we just rise to our feet as we take the closing prayers? Can we have esteemed Pastor Dotun to Please, can we have Mr. Ovo to come and close us in prayers? Thank you.
Praise the Lord. So thank you so much for the beautiful thoughts and ideas that were shared today. I'm sure that they will travel wide and make the necessary impact. Thank you. Shall we pray? Precious Father, we thank you for your love and kindness. Thank you for loving our nation so much. We know you love our nation, Nigeria. You love us as a people. Thank you for the investment of today's meeting, the words, the ideas that were shared today. Words have been spoken to our country. You made this country for your purpose, and the people will live to serve you and fulfill that purpose in the name of the Lord Jesus. Thank you, because every policy that is contrary to your counsel, contrary for the good of our nation, will not see the light of day. And where they exist already, we abrogate them, we ruin them in the name of Jesus. And we declare your wisdom is at work and available to our lawmakers and our leaders. And their hearts and their minds are directed rightly to do what is right for our nation. In the name of Jesus. Thank you for every speaker you have used today to enlighten us. Lord, I thank you. You replenish them. You strengthen them. For this is war. And this war, the outcome is predetermined. We are victorious all the way. Thank you for members of the press that have been given seats to carry out the warfare today. And they will be judicious in the use of these words. And the desired outcome will be achieved. Our country will be free. Our farmers will be free. Our farmlands will be free. In the name of Jesus. And every agenda that will foster forced food scarcity in our country, we upturn it in the name of Jesus. Nigeria is a blessed country. Our land is blessed in the name of Jesus. And as we leave this place, we thank you for the safety of the Spirit. We are shielded and protected on every side. And the roads, the air, the waterways are free for every delegate in the mighty name of the Lord Jesus. Lord, we thank you for every resource that has gone into today's meeting. Thank you for the abundant supply. We worship you, O God. I will give you all the glory in Jesus' mighty name. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Please, kindly wait behind for group pictures, group photographs.
GMO Foods, unveiling the landscape and debates beyond the laboratory.